If you are an investor of the Onyx Reserve, or you have endorsed or promoted this company, I advise caution. If you have money invested, I recommend asking for independent advice of where your money is, what generated your returns, and whether your funds are accessible. We learnt with the Goliath Ventures what happened when investors wait too long to start asking the questions. I'm not saying Onyx is Goliath or that Onyx was involved with Goliath, but I am seeing patterns that deeply concern me. Claims of 100% plus returns for 4 consecutive years demand extraordinary evidence. And we have been trying to get this evidence from the Onyx Reserve for the last at least 8 months. And this is our version 1 of the investigations on the Onyx Reserve. If you have invested through crypto or bank transfers and want the Avengers Anti-Fraud Alliance to help follow the money, please contact us. Go to theheck.com, use our contact page, and you can submit information anonymously if you wish. This is my 3rd investigation into Onyx Reserve. Well, it's not mine. There's 2 other people that have also investigated the Onyx Reserve. And I'm going to show you the evidence, explain my concerns, and then you can make your own judgment. I have been corresponding with both Tommy and Eric right up to the last few minutes of this investigation. They have had months to come back and provide us intel. They chose not to for a long time. And then when they answered our questions, they didn't answer anything of value. This blog is a breathtaker. Not only have I got the backing of CoffeeZilla and also the Hindenburg research team, we've also got my Avenger Anti-Fraud Alliance also weighing in with really interesting information. If you have the time, go to my yesterday's live, and we showed some really interesting information on the research that we've done. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and the evidence that we've seen so far is another smoke and mirrors. Now, this is my opinion. You can do your own research if you choose, but all I can do is show you the cards that I've been dealt. And the research that we have done speaks for itself. I'm not going to accuse this company of anything because I don't really think I need to, because this blog covers it all. Remember, this is 8 months worth of investigation, and we've given them ample opportunity to respond. So we're going to look at some of the claims. We're even going to have a sneak preview of CoffeeZilla's video he did and put in his Patreon account. Let's get into it. Now, if anyone wants to join me on stage, you're more than welcome. And I know that I've started a bit late today. My apologies. I literally had to rewrite a little bit of the blog because we received information, and my goal is to make it as accurate as possible. So I've pinned the chat window. In the chat window, I've pinned the ability for you guys to come into this investigation, and this is open to Tom and Eric if you want to, because to be honest, after doing this investigation, I'm sick to death with fast-talking guys who drive in Lamborghinis and wear tight suits with no socks. And I'm not going to sit here and listen to somebody trust me bro conversation anymore. Those days have gone after watching $425 million disappear from people who put the money on their mortgages, invested their 401k, took out their life savings and handed it over to people who were living the flashy lifestyle. I've had enough. And if these fast-talking, slick-looking individuals can't provide the evidence behind their claims, then what the hell are you doing investing your money with these guys? And because your friend thinks he's done the due diligence, you may trust your friend. The days of trusting people with your money are no longer. This company has now moved away from doing very similar activities to companies that we have seen fallen over and now in the federal courts. And they're flipping it over to say they're now doing real estate. It's breathtaking watching it, but it's more breathtaking when I get those emails in the morning from people asking me, have I lost my money? I thought it was real, true and genuine. I asked my friend and he invested and he told me it was good. In this investigation, you're going to see that they offer backhanders to people that refer other people into it, or more monthly commissions if you refer. Now, the red flag here, which I'm just doing off the cuff here, was Matt Burks. Matt Burks, I cannot understand why he hasn't been charged yet. In videos that we have, Matt Burks was announced as the operations manager for Onyx Reserve. And if you do a search for Onyx Reserve, do you think you're going to find the Onyx Reserve? No. You'll find a cigar, I can't even say it, a cigar, smoke, hand signals, sounds like 2 syllables. You will find a cigar company that even looks like it's got the same looking logo. Coincidence? Maybe. But do you remember Matt Burks with My Black Block, not to be mistaken as Black Rock? And people said to me that Goliath Ventures was associated to Black Rock. And I had to say to them, no, it's My Black Block. And the word my in front of it was the domain name they had. Now, we'll go down the road and we'll talk about, was it MD, Wealth MD? Wealth MD is also another finance company. But they call themselves My Wealth MD. And their domain name, mywealthmd.com. Both domain names gone, both associated with Matt Burks. And all of a sudden, here we are, seeing a company that has multiple domain names, multiple what looks like startups, and their name is the Onyx Reserve. Not to be mistaken as Onyx Reserve, a cigar company, but they're associating themselves with other companies that are established, and their branding looks very similar. Now, the other thing which I will bring up that's not in the blog is the websites that this company has had in the past. And we're going to look at some YouTube videos that were recorded 3 years ago, showing you how they market these opportunities to people. But you can see the list of all the domain names in here is breathtaking. Do we want to go down the same road and have the same outcome if we don't change things? The change is actually demanding to know where your money is. As I said in my introduction or my statement that I read out, that if you've paid into the Onyx Reserve with a crypto wallet address or a bank account or a transfer, please let us know the banks that you've paid into. We will research this. Not because we can prove that there's wrongdoing, but I can give you a list of 1,600 people who wished they actually used us and asked us to do a little investigation. We've had bank accounts closed down because of the research that we provided to the Bank of America. We wrote to people in the Bank of America and we got replies like, whoa, this account's had $100 million worth of transactions in it. And then through Chris's own admission, he claimed the bank that got shut down had $18 million in it. Through Chris's own admission, Christopher Delgado's own admission, we were told that he needed $3.5 million a month to keep the illusion alive. Now, when we caused panic and closed down those bank accounts and the funds stopped coming, everyone demanded to get their money out. And that is what brought Goliath Ventures to its demise. Think about this. They claim that they have 60 athletes. They claim, I'm waiting for one of those athletes to contact me and claim that they have no problems. And I want to say to them, when did you invest in this company? They might go 2 or 3 years ago. And then I would like somebody else to contact me and they invested in the last 3 or 4 months. And then we would like to prove that the new investors' money is paying the old investors. But we can't do that without the evidence. And we need the evidence to help you investigate if your money is safe. If it was my money and I invested in Onyx Reserve, I would take out every last penny. And then if I felt safe, I'd put it all back in again. But I'm pretty sure that they'll struggle to find enough money to do that to everybody. But that's what we basically did with Goliath Ventures. Now look at it, a $425 million Ponzi scheme. The CFTC, we had meetings with them. We talked to the prosecutors. We showed them the evidence. They were overwhelmed with the evidence that the AAA team gave them, the Avenger Anti-Fraud Alliance. We investigate scams. We stop these criminals from stealing your money. And if you think that some fast-talking idiot in a suit that's too tight for them, with no socks on, standing in front of a rented or hired Lamborghini, has got more expertise in investigating financial fraud than we do, then you deserve to lose your money. This is the claim that Eric McNeil said on video. Year to date, we've put over 101%. We're up 101% for the year, what makes it 4 straight years of 100+% returns. This company is claiming that for 4 years in a row, it's been up 100%. Do the maths. Do the maths. Do the maths. Does that sound too good to be true? It is impossible. Those words came directly out of Eric McNeil during a recorded conversation with UFH Hall of Famer Randy Couture. Eric believed he was speaking with a prospective investor. So who's Randy? Oh, damn, I forgot to do that. Well, that's Randy there, and you'll see him in a few minutes on a video. I'm going to show a few clips of CoffeeZilla's videos. Hope he doesn't mind. But he's a superhero in the fighting world. That's who he is. But that's who he is speaking to. In reality, Couture had become concerned about McNeil after one of his young fighters was approached about investing, and he was gathering information. So interesting enough, this is the Onyx Reserve's website, and here's the two people that I'm asking questions to, who seem to be living extraordinary lifestyles. If you go to their Instagram accounts, they're just living the dream. And I'm going to show you a video telling you how they use lifestyle marketing to give that illusion out there. Right, so we come down here enough, you will see these are the people that are involved in the company. I have not investigated anybody else in this company, but at one point they had Matt Burks as their operations manager, and we'll explain that in the not too distant future. So if you know anything about these people, their backgrounds, their dealings, who they are, or their association, this is our official version 1 investigation into Onyx Reserve. And we won't stop, because they are claiming that all these athletes are either investing, endorsing, or associated with. And if you go through these people here, I would love any one of these. And I've spoken to I spoke to a professional sports player who had invested $400,000 into Goliath. And he was going to use his audience of 600,000 people to exploit Goliath Ventures at the time if he didn't get his money back. We never heard from him again. But look, Dan Urge, is it Urge? He's in here. He's endorsing them for their networking, not the investment. But his image has been on their website since 2025, the 9th month. And I don't know whether these guys have invested, are getting the returns, because they claim they worked for over 60 different sports players in their investments. And also, when anyone tells me they've been in Forbes, that just means absolutely batshit crazy. We've investigated a $1.9 billion scam. Sam Lee, you may have heard of him. Yeah, well, Shavas Anwar has been given praise because he was in Forbes magazine. Now, if you're in the printed edition, and you've been interviewed by Forbes magazine is completely different to finding yourself in a PDF version where you can pay for a sponsored advert. I have no idea whether he's paid for a sponsored advert or whether Forbes have interviewed him and they've done a feature on him. And if you have seen the article and it does have someone's name underneath it, then that means that he's been interviewed. But often when we investigate people who claim they've been in Forbes magazines, we find that it's just a sponsored review, and I could pay to be in Forbes magazine. And that's what we did with Shavas Anwar. We found that he was in the PDF version of Forbes magazine India. And it was a paid sponsored ad, which means no one interviewed him. And they would just publish anything for the money. So don't listen to that. And also, if you click on Forbes magazine, where does it go? Wouldn't you think it would go to the article? Look at this. I'll show you something interesting. You go to theheck.com. You go to my website, and down the bottom here, I have all the different articles that I've been featured in. The New York Times. So you click on the New York Times, and where does it take you? It takes you to my 2-page spread in the printed edition of the New York Times. At that time, I had 350 videos on the internet, and they actually sent out a reporter, photographer to take my photos. They did all sorts of things. They went through, I had 4 interviews before that article actually went live on the internet. And the same with the Guardian newspaper. They did articles on Sam Lee, and then they mentioned me somewhere down here, way at the very bottom, unfortunately, but I got there. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, so these people who make these claims are there to impress people. Now, I have no money, and that means that theoretically I have no yacht, I have no Lamborghini, and I do have a few nice suits, but I don't wear them very often. But that doesn't mean I can't have a voice. But these guys need to be propped up with no socks, flash shoes, too tight suits, Lamborghinis, Rolexes, and they also need to pretend that they're famous. But if they're paying for their own fame, then they're really nobodies in my opinion. And that's why we're here to expose people like this. Thank you to everyone in the chat room. Nice to see you here. Right, so what followed is one of the most extraordinary investment pitches I've ever reviewed. Neil claimed that more than 100% annual returns for 4 consecutive years. That's just amazing, especially in the market that we currently had. He describes a Bitcoin trading strategy. He says far less risky than simply putting your money into S&P 500. He said investors could examine approximately 4 years of 850 trades. So they've done 850 trades, describing the numbers as reviewed or audited, and pulled directly from Binance. He later offered Couture 5% per year on investor capital introduced. So here we can look at this. This is an amazing thing. But so he's offering somebody a backhander of 5% per year just for investing their money. He explained how referrals totaling $1 million could generate $50,000 a year in compensation paid monthly. So he's offering, if he got one of his wealthy fighters who were making a lot of money and they invested $1 million, he's going to give them $50,000 a year paid monthly. That's incredible. And when Couture asked about the legalities of being compensated for raising capital, Neil offered reassurance. He said the ambassador agreement had been written by an SEC attorney, battle-tested and audited by an SEC attorney. Now, I hate when I have mistakes, but I just had to rewrite this blog as we went. And normally I'd pre-publish this blog on all my other blog platforms, but because I've just updated it, I didn't have a chance. But what I do like is my blogs looking good. So that there should have been like that. And that means that when I'm reading that today, so I don't look good in orange. Well, let's put him in orange. You watch this. We've got to put him in orange. Here we go. Boom. Now he's got a wee orange stripe. I don't look good in orange, Randy. I look good in black. McNeil said he wasn't going to do anything stupid that might jeopardize that. That conversation would eventually become part of an investigation trail involving Hindenburg Research, which is now closed down, and I'll explain that more, and CoffeeZilla. According to CoffeeZilla, Couture's team originally sent his evidence to Hindenburg, which investigated McNeil before shutting down without publishing a story. CoffeeZilla later approached Hindenburg, obtained the case file and the data room, and continued the investigation himself. So if you aren't a member of CoffeeZilla's Patreon account, it is absolutely brilliant. And you can go straight to this here. Now, I'm not going to play this all because this is a paid area of CoffeeZilla's. It costs you $6 a month, I think, to be on CoffeeZilla's. But I want you to listen to some of the claims that he's making, and we'll come back and forth every now and again. Let's have a listen. I'll just turn the sound up.
Time and open time are the same, meaning the trade.
So just want to...
We find other problems. For example, you can see they have an open time and a close time for the trade, and the difference between the two is how long they held the trade. So we can see how long they held the trade using the difference. But there are multiple instances where the close time and open time are the same, meaning the trade would have had to happen in 0 seconds, and they made like substantial profits, up to $40,000. How do you make that money in 0 seconds of trading time? I mean, maybe we should just ask Eric about his trading methodology.
You don't find the digital marketplace pretty volatile? I mean, obviously the Trump effect is going on right now. It's in a huge spike up, but hell, it could next week bottom out.
Yeah, so we make money whether it's in a bull run or a bear run. The reason why is because we're tracking one vehicle, Bitcoin only. Okay. And when you're a trader, you start to follow the pips. You start to follow, your candlesticks, whether it's green or red and which direction it's headed. And we don't want to anticipate where Bitcoin's going. We let Bitcoin tell us where it's going.
Right. So I'm not going to play all that, but you get the idea. They've got a secret investigation that was done, and it really did. Now, we only received a reply back from Eric about 3 hours ago to this video, and we've got the evidence in here, which is actually pretty cool. And also, we've sent the information off to another friend of ours to scrutinize as well. So there will be other articles coming out. But what he says he found goes considerably further than questionable marketing. CoffeeZilla reported that trading records presented around McNeil's operation identified a CPA, and then there's the name of the person, David, I better get it right.
David Rosenbaum.
Rosenbaum, as a reviewer. So he's claiming that David Rosenbaum was a reviewer. In a recorded call from investigative material, the person contacted about the purported review responded that he had no idea how his name appeared, where and there, and did not know the people involved. So the person that he was claiming did the review had no idea, basically. Now, have we heard that one before? Of course we have. CoffeeZilla also identified apparent trades showing identical opening and closing stamps while recording substantial profits. So you saw it there yourselves. I don't know if I need to keep going back. But I'm blown away that people still use this shit. So if we go back to CoffeeZilla here, you can see that graph, which we've got on the website, and the timestamps are identical. They don't even add up. And
Meaning
if you go,
the trade would have had to happen.
If you go back even a little bit more, you can actually see the actual data that he's provided.
For example,
well, if you go back to about there.
Who these people are who supposedly reviewed their trades. Not only that, when we actually look at the supposed trades Onyx was making, we find other problems. For example.
Right, I've missed it again, but look, you get the idea.
Doesn't know who these people are who supposedly reviewed their trades. Not only that, when we actually look at the supposed trades Onyx was making, we find other problems. For example.
So if you're nearly right, but anyway, you get the idea. This is the data that he's provided, but CoffeeZilla is really good at going through this data, and obviously he put the timestamps together, and then as he said, you can see the timestamps are identical. So we've got an answer to that as well today. Received it 3 hours ago. What did we get? CoffeeZilla also identified apparent trades shown. I just read this before. Timestamps while recording substantial profits, including amounts approaching $40,000. CoffeeZilla ultimately described it as his strong opinion that the operation was an obvious Ponzi scheme. So in CoffeeZilla's opinion, he said it was a Ponzi scheme. Importantly, and who's the best investigator here? I mean, CoffeeZilla has got a history going back as long as your arm. How many Ponzi schemes and scams has he exposed or investigated? Importantly, he also acknowledged that there had been no federal finding establishing the conclusion and said regulatory action would be required before he could state it as a fact. And we are the same. I make the same distinctness in this investigation. But look, everyone called me an idiot when I started investigating Goliath Ventures back on the 1st of September. And then we instigated a federal investigation in this company. And now we've got Christopher pleading guilty and also agreeing to a plea deal to potentially spending up to 50 years in prison. Now, I'm going to be there when Christopher gets sentenced, and I have actually confirmed that I am going to be in America for quite a lengthy stay. So if you want to support me and my journey to America and help with my flights, I really would value anyone that can donate. So on the website over here, you can see my support me on Ko-Fi. To heck, you'll see that I've got an area down here called Support Me on my website. If you click on that link, it will take you to a graph, and you can see that I'm 25% for my goal, and I really do need the money to get there. I've already booked my tickets, so I'm hoping it's all going to pan out for me, but I am also looking for accommodation, and I'm not, I don't need to stay in a flash hotel. So I will be in different parts of America. I'm there for other reasons as well. But this is my second time in America since 2000. I went just about 8 months ago to continue my investigation. Sorry, I think I went about 10 months ago to continue my investigation into Goliath Ventures. So if you can help me in any which way or form, that would be much appreciated. And we're a long way from my target. So anyway, so that's what started this investigation, is actually their involvement with Goliath Ventures. And I'm sorry, I'm just making sure I'm not double up here. So that's my disclaimer there, basically saying because these guys haven't been federally served. I mean, I say this to people over and over again, but we are fighting these individuals in the trenches. We are using whatever we have to fight against these fraudsters. We are at the top of the cliff. People are being thrown off the cliff financially by investing in these scams. When somebody comes to us at the bottom of the cliff asking for our help, we are sick and tired of putting Band-Aids and mending broken legs and broken arms, so to speak. We are sick of financial fraud. Now, if we don't do things differently, we're going to be getting the same results. So we are going head to head with people like Tommy Shield and Eric McNeil. If they are going to stand on a stage in front of people claiming that they are the best thing since sliced bread to invest with your money, then they need to answer our questions. If they don't answer our questions, what the heck are you doing investing with these individuals? Are you stupid? No, you're not. But maybe financial investments are not your forte. Well, nor is it theirs. These are not financial experts. They did not come into this world with a silver spoon in their mouth and everything they touch turns to gold. They're walking around with no socks, suits that are far too tight for them, and driving cars that they don't even own to give you some sort of, peace of mind that because they are successful, you're going to be successful as well. I mean, these are the persons of interest. So if you went to Tommy Shields and you went and had a look at his Instagram account, on yachts, launches, Dubais, beautiful ladies not wearing much clothes, in the desert. I mean, are you paying for these guys' lifestyle. I don't even know the flash cars. I mean, is this what you're paying for? You know, how do these guys generate their money? Is it because they're using your money? You know, do your due diligence. Reach out to us. How many of these Instagram accounts do we need to look at before we start asking the hard questions? And if they're going to use avoidance or deflection techniques, you know, instead of answering these basic questions that anyone that claims that they can make 100% profit for 4 years in a row and never make a loss, asking you to hand over your money, at what point are you going to wake up and smell the roses? How do we have to get through to you that what I'm saying, after doing this for 5 years, has more red flags in this company than I've seen? Well, it's not, I've obviously seen Goliath Ventures, haven't I? But, you know, it's just sickening to me. And I'm obviously, this is what I do. And this is what I do. This is you know, like, oh, he's doing it for YouTube clicks. Well, I'm not. But remember, David and Goliath, one little stone can take out that Goliath. And that's what we've done in the past. Do not let history repeat itself. Here is their lineup. There is Tommy Shields telling people in a Zoom meeting, this is their team. Eric McNeil, Tom Shields, Matt Burks. And I just about fell off my little wee stool. And I don't know all these other people at all. And look, Black Block, for goodness sake. Black Block, not to be mistaken as Black Rock. Compliance. Using Matt Burks' company to do compliance. Where's your compliance report? Who's audited this company since you've got rid of Matt Burks is the question that I want to know. So that's the honest truth of it, guys. So anyway, let me carry on before I get too excited and fall over. I'm standing at my desk today, so don't want to get too excited or fall over. I was investigating Goliath Ventures, as all of you know, a massive investment operation surrounding Christopher Delgado. While following the people and organisation around Goliath, I discovered Matt Burks, represented publicly as operations manager of another investment organisation called the Onyx Reserve. So that's what we found, and I just about fell off my pedestal there for a while, or my soapbox. That connection became considerably more significant after Goliath unravelled. This is where, and there's also another individual which we are going to investigate, and I've already got an investigation going on him. And it's not, there seems like a brotherhood or a gentleman's club who all seem to be going after the same clients and using their money. And when I see that happen time and time again, and it's like there's a network of guys that are all doing the same thing and no one's talking about the elephant in the room. Well, we've got a few elephants in this room today. CoffeeZilla subsequently described Goliath as roughly a 300 million Ponzi scheme and said his examination of the Hindenburg material uncovered multiple overlapping people in that organisation between Goliath and Onyx, not merely Matt Burks. But I didn't have to chase the Onyx Reserve for an explanation. They contacted me. Yes, that's right. They originally contacted me way back in December 2025. How about that? Eric McNeil emailed me, introducing the correspondence as coming from Eric McNeil and Tommy Shields. Here with the Onyx Reserve. So he wrote one email. Whether Tommy knew about it, I don't know, because he just chucked in Tommy's name in there, said, hi, this is, I've never had a letter like it, actually. I've never had a letter that says, hi, this is Eric McNeil and Tommy Shields. It's like, all right, you're twins. Anyway, that was quite good. Anyway, they told me what I had uncovered concerning Matt and Goliath was eye-opening. They said they had immediately stripped his name of any and all material while completing further due diligence, denied sending money to Matt or Goliath, and denied having any affiliation with the Goliath group. So there you go. There was that. I'm going, oh, right. Then they asked me to remove the post because the association could damage their reputation. I refused. Instead, I gave them something far more valuable, a right of reply. I asked where investors' distributions came from. tongue twister, that one. Whether investors' capital had ever been used to service earlier investors. Pretty basic question. If you don't know the answer to that question, then what I'm actually asking them, does new investor money pay old investors? It's called a Ponzi scheme. So I asked them straight out of the gate what that was mean. Yeah. How the funds were structured, who controlled investors' money, what regulators had jurisdiction, whether audited financial statements or independent performance reports existed. Big questions, you'd think, eh? Whether other Goliath-connected people had participated in promotion or capital raising, and what relationship existed behind promotional references to Patrick Ben David. All the things I really wanted to ask. Wait for it, ladies and gentlemen. I explicitly told them I was not alleging wrongdoing, and of course, if they had no wrongdoing, evidence is going to be landing in my inbox, right? And invited them to provide evidence that I could incorporate in my reporting. Those questions were not subsequently answered at the time. So I received nothing. I think I sent the email to them twice. Then months later, Onyx Reserve reappeared in my inbox with an extraordinary new proposition. Now wait for it, ladies and gentlemen. I just can't help but think of Grant Cardone at the moment. Just saying. Anyway, the organisation announced that it had completed its venture capital fund and was moving into luxury real estate through the Onyx Reserve Signature Estate Fund. It claimed more than $21 million of luxury real estate transactions in just 30 days. Named major developments highlighting transactions alongside internationally recognized athletes, and announced that after completing fund, does not make sense. I'm going to read that, make sure it makes sense.
Announced that after completing fund, I had intended to launch fund 2 with a targeted $100 million capital raise.
Alrighty. So this was the first fund of many by the sounds of it. But they had a target of 100 million capital raise. So you can imagine that raised a whole lot of more questions for me. So I gave them another opportunity. On the 16th of July, 2026, I sent a second detailed right reply asking the Onyx Reserve to substantiate. Oh, I am learning to read. The new claims before I publish an updated reporting. I asked for the legal identity of the fund, offering documents, regulatory filings, manager, administrator, custodial, auditor, assets under management, investor numbers, evidence supporting the claim of 21 million in transactions, ownership structures, and the precise nature of the athlete and developer relationships. You know, think about this, guys. They're saying they've got this and they got that and they got this and all this stuff. And here I am, little guy on the bottom of the planet living in New Zealand, asked some pretty basic questions that I think every single investor has the right to ask, let alone an investigative reporter that's just taken down a $425 million Ponzi scheme in Florida. What's happening here? Do we want to repeat the same thing? Why can't these slick guys wearing these too tight suits with no socks and too tight jocks and standing in front of leased sports cars answer these questions for people that are handing them money to fund their lifestyle? Because that's what's happened last time. Do we want to see a repeat of this? Again, no substantive response arrived before this investigation was published. So I didn't get any response until just a few hours ago. And it didn't answer any of my questions. It just another conversation. Trust me, bro. We're doing good. We've done this, but no proof of anything. And I'll show you what I got back from them. That position has now changed. The following publication and further questions from both Tom Shields and Eric McNeil have responded. And you won't believe what we've got. Their response contains several important clarifications. And where those clarifications whoops, I'm not going to say that right, so I'm going to get that.
And where those clarifications correct or refine a factual record, I have incorporated them into this investigation.
So as I said before I went live, I've actually updated this blog with what they have said and made sure that this is their words, not mine. I haven't fabricated anything other than information I've received from CoffeeZilla's investigation and the Hindenburg information. And then I've repeatedly asked them for answers to the questions, and I haven't got them. But every now and again, they answer me and they tell me a little bit more information. I literally have updated the whole blog to reflect what they are telling me. This isn't rocket science. Alrighty. Hello, Crypto G. Lovely to see you here, mate. Okay, so their response have not provided the underlying evidence needed to resolve several of the central questions raised by the Hindenburg and CoffeeZilla material. So they have not addressed it. Now, would you believe this? If anyone wants the information that I've received, Tommy claimed that yesterday he claimed that he hadn't seen the CoffeeZilla video and he could not speak for Eric. I don't know if I've mentioned this in here because I haven't had a chance to read my latest republication. Eric now says that at the time of Randy Couture's conversation, Onyx operated a fund of funds strategy. Don't know the name of it, but anyway, fund of fund. That Onyx itself was not the underlying trader. So what I'm assuming he's insinuating here is the fact that he's not responsible for the trader's information because he was using somebody else. It was like, maybe it was something like NLP. And he was, I don't know. But anyway, it seems like let's use the blame game. But that's the good thing. That's the only thing he'd probably come up with. But anyway, I'm publishing what he wrote. And that the strategy and performance information he communicated came from the partners and the managers of Onyx was working on at the time. This is just a buy and the buy. It's like, it doesn't really matter. It's just like, oh, it's probably somebody else in the office said that. This is major stuff. You're worried. You tell me in your email that you're worried about your reputation. But you have failed to answer my basic questions. And it doesn't look good. And there's more. That is information. That is important, new information. But it also raises an obvious question. Who were the partners and managers? And what independently verifiable evidence supports the extraordinary performance Eric was communicating to a prospective investor? I mean, if you go back to here, right, you've got Eric in here talking to an investor using that information that he's got to get an investor on board. All right, so let's just, what I'm going to do, I think that will work. If I put that over here, I'm going to actually, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put this over here. Now, I don't know if you're going to get a bit of an echo, but I just want to play certain parts so you get an idea. Now, this is Coffee's Patreon account. It's $6 a month. Please go join it. He's not doing it for the money, but it helps pay the bills. And just like I'm not doing this for the money, when you donate, it does go where it needs to go to keep my engine going as well. But listen to what he was doing here. I'm just doing a random part of Eric talking to an investor using the information that he's now claiming was actually third-party information.
I'm curious how your program works. How much money do you guys manage? How much money have you guys raised? How does this work?
Yeah, no, great question. So my background, 15 years as a financial advisor, and then I left and started doing the fund management where we're like in the alternative space. And so now we do all the private equity type stuff, and that's been working really well for us. I don't know if you saw today, we just posted our returns for November, and year to date, we're up over 101% for the year, which makes it 4 straight years of 100+% returns.
That's enough though, isn't it? That's an extraordinary claim. These guys are amazing. We're amazing as well. But anyway, what I'm getting at, so we've asked him directly. I've also asked him to address the trading records examined through Hindenburg and CoffeeZilla. The apparent identical opening and closing timestamps, which are impossible, $40,000 in no time. Just put your money into Bitcoin. He must have put $1 trillion in there, and then look at it go up a little bit, and then take his money out all in a millisecond and made $40,000. And that's what he was showing this customer. Now he's claiming that these timestamps were provided by other people, obviously. The questions surrounding the purported, is that right?
Purported
CPA review, and most importantly, whether the investors' distributions were ever funded directly or indirectly from incoming investors' capital rather than genuine investment profits. So I've asked them the hard questions, and at the time of this update, those central evidentiary questions remained unresolved. So he hasn't answered the questions I've asked him, and if anyone wants the email correspondence or the questions I've asked him, just reach out to me. By then, I was no longer looking at one questionable association involving Matt Burks. I had McNeil's own record investment pitch, extraordinary performance claims, a paid capital referral proposition, questions surrounding the purported validation of trading records,
anomalous trade data,
the Hindenburg case file, CoffeeZilla's investigation, multiple reports of overlapping with Goliath Ventures, a new luxury real estate strategy, a proposed $100 million fundraising target, and now direct responses both from Eric and Tom that provide additional context, but still leaves the key financial evidence outstanding. Right. Now, this doesn't give me authority to declare Onyx Reserve a Ponzi scheme as an established fact. It doesn't give me authority to call the Onyx Reserve a Ponzi scheme as an established fact, just because I've got all that information. It does give me more than enough reason to investigate. And I'm sure if you've got hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars invested with the Onyx Reserve, you really want to listen to the rest of this video, because the evidence is going to get stronger and stronger, and it smells, and there's a bit of an odor coming off this one, ladies and gentlemen. So what exactly, so that's exactly what I did. So I've started a pretty strong investigation. Now, listen to the date here. I know you're probably wondering why it says the 21st of August, and that's because I live in New Zealand, and you guys are in America. So it is the 21st of August, 2026, and it is 1:22 p.m. in the afternoon. Now, this is my latest update, and I'm talking an hour and a half ago. Here we go.
Since this investigation was originally prepared, both Tom Shields and Eric McNeil have responded to my questions, with their latest responses arriving shortly before my scheduled the 21st of August, 2026, broadcast. Where their responses corrected or clarified the factual record, I have updated this investigation accordingly. Tom clarified the meaning of the $21 million plus property figure, the advertised 30 to 40% discount, and the proposed $100 million Fund 2 target. Eric says the historical strategy was a fund of funds arrangement, that Onyx was not the underlying trader, and identified Avesta as the third-party fund administrator. Both men also emphatically deny any affiliation with Goliath Ventures or Christopher Delgado. Those clarifications are now incorporated throughout this article. However, several central evidentiary questions remain unresolved, including the identity of the underlying historical managers, independent verification of the extraordinary performance claims, the trading anomalies examined by CoffeeZilla, the questions surrounding the purported CPA review, and, most importantly, what generated the historical investor returns and distributions. Where the evidence changed the story, I changed the story. Where questions remain unanswered, I have left them on the record.
Yeah, so I've had this blog visible for, I think, about 10 days, and I emailed them and I gave them a link to the blog, and they could have, it's a big blog. Literally this morning, I rewrote the blog and tidied it up twice. First one was a little bit long, rambling, and I decided to cut it back a little bit and be more precise with what information we want to provide. But when the blog started unraveling, it just kept going and kept going and kept going. So I decided to put the investigation index in place, which means I've gone off the rails. So we've got basic questions like, what is the Onyx Reserve? Who are Eric McNeil and Tommy Shields? Professional athletes, passive income, and targeting markets. So basically, we've got 20 different chapters in here now. So it's like a book. So the first one is the Onyx Reserve. And I think it's important to understand exactly who they are and what they actually provide. Because if you didn't know any better, you might actually think they're amazing. And if you did know any better, you might be surprised that when you go to the Onyx Reserve, all the different domain names that they've had are actually quite breathtaking. And I've gone through these yesterday in another video if you really want to get into it. I won't do it today because of the time, but they have had a lot of things, well, let's just say a lot of startups, a lot of claims, a lot of those businesses aren't going anymore. And maybe they put all their cookies in the same jar. I don't know, all the eggs in the same basket, I should say. So what exactly is the Onyx Reserve and what is it asking investors to believe? So I think it's important. The question has become harder to answer over time because the investment proposition itself has evolved. And look, I can't help it, guys. I've got to go to one of these archive websites. I think it's this one here. And you can actually see that they have machine gunned a whole lot of investment opportunities in previous years. Let's just have a look and see if I'm lucky enough to get the right one. But what I'm looking at here, we go back to 2000 and I think we're staying in 2025. But this website was obviously a pitch or a sales pitch or a brochure that they used a wee while ago. And it's called McNeil X Fund. So this is, we've got these links if you need them. I haven't linked them off the blog, but you can go to McNeilXFund.com and put it in the Wayback Machine. And then when you come down here, you can see a younger version of McNeil in another tight suit with another Rolex watch. And here they are claiming one fund, multiple offerings. Choose your own, what's that word called? Own
allocations.
Right, so they've got Forex trading, real estate debt, I don't know what that is, private investments, which I'd hate to think who that was with, real estate growth, single K1 and tax docs, don't know what that's about, and third-party audits. So, and if you look through here, this one here is all about Eric. I don't see Tommy in here either, but we've gone through all this stuff, and I've put it all into the research that we've got. And I'm trying to figure out exactly where Onyx Reserve, the Onyx Reserve actually fits into the picture. The question that become harder to answer is because the investment position itself has evolved. When Eric McNeil and Tommy Shields contacted me in December 2025, they described their fund primary thesis as early stage venture public material around Onyx. Also promoted passive income opportunities and strategies involving digital assets. So it's changed. Now, I'm just going to go back to Christopher Delgado. Remember what he was doing? He was originally investing in NLP. He was taking people's money, telling them that he was doing liquidity fund trading. And he was taking investors' funds and then putting it over here into a Ponzi scheme called NLP. And eventually when he got his branding correct, what he was offering was basically identical to NLP, My Liquidity Partners. And then that lasted for 3 months. And that fell over because it was exposed as a Ponzi scheme, not by me, but other people got shut down and the whole thing went disastrous. Then Christopher had nowhere else to put his money. So then what he did is he kept taking money from people. And that's what these guys do. They keep taking money in and then they try to sit here and figure out how to give the returns that they have signed contracts with people. We would love to get a contract and it would be kept anonymous. If you have signed a contract with the Onyx Reserve, this is how we took down Goliath Ventures. We looked at their contract, we scrutinized it, and we found claims in it that were just too good to be true. In Goliath Ventures' case, we were told that their money was in a fund where at all times they had 111% of investors' funds available at all time. Now, I think that was 2025 or 2024. I can't quite remember. But we had a video of them stating that. And it was one of the claims that came out in the newsletter. And the other outrageous claim they had, and this was Matt Burks, the same guy that was there as their operations manager, and also the same company called Black Block, not to be mistaken as Black Rock, which was on their pitch deck. He was claiming that they had audited the company, and they were also claiming something else extraordinary. It was insured. Now, these guys are moving in different types of investments. Now, they might be experts in liquidity pool trading, and now all of a sudden they're becoming experts in real estate trading. It's so hard to comprehend that these guys are experts, because if it takes them 8 months to reply to my emails, how long is it going to take for you to get an email back from them? Anyway, today, however, Tommy Shields has explicitly asked me to distinguish. So what is it? So this is what he's asked me to do.
Distinguish the historical liquidity pool from signature estates, the real estate business.
The real estate business, he says he is personally involved with. So what they're claiming here, so as soon as somebody says to me they're involved in liquidity pools and they no longer are giving that offering, then I would like to know what offering did they originally have, and who took up that offering, and did they get burnt? And what liquidity pools were they doing? I think that's a pretty easy question to ask simply after seeing what Christopher Delgado was offering. And you can see where I'm going with this. But instead, they said that investors could take out their money at any time. They didn't say that anyone had taken out their money. They said they could take out their money. Now, anytime anyone wants to take their money out of any of these funds, they come up with some excuse. Oh, you're not thinking long term. You're not thinking about your family's future. Trust me, brother, we go to the same church. I mean, Matt Burks was kicked out of I presume he was kicked out of the church. He's no longer a parish or a pastor. I don't know what a parish or pastor. But remember, he went to Lakeside Church, and then we found him sitting there. We've got a photo of him coming up. To get my thing. So anyway, so we asked the questions about what they want to do now is they want to move the offering away from the red flag liquidity pool, and they want to focus on real estate. Grant Cardone comes to mind, as I said earlier on. So they're now real estate brokers, and they're the best in the world, no doubt. Anyway, he says he is personally involved with. That distinction is important, and I accept it. Tom has now confirmed that the historical liquidity pool offering has been closed for many months. He describes signature real estate as a separate real estate strategy focused on acquiring luxury properties through relationships with established developers and athletes and talented partners. Talent partners. Is that talent? Talent partners?
Talent.
Oh, can't wait. Lucky you. The current Onyx website describes the organisation as an investment fund offering both passive income strategies and venture growth opportunities, and promotes passive income, venture opportunities, and real estate. Its website also states that Onyx Reserve Fund is a private investment vehicle offering pursuant to Regulation D, Rule 506C, to accredited investors only. So that means that the minimum investment is $100,000, and I think husband and wives have to have something like $1 million worth of income a year. So it's only to people who can afford to lose the money, by the sounds of it. If I got that wrong, do your own research on that one. Onyx has further told me that signature real estate is structured as a Rule 506C, 3C1 offering. Okay, but still didn't provide the answers to my questions, boys. Those are important clarifications, but investors need to understand what they do and what they don't establish. Now, I know that Tom and Eric are watching me right now while I'm live, and if I've got this information incorrect, then click on the Join Danny to Heck on stage and tell me how far wrong I am. Now, I'm not going to listen to your fast talking. I want you to provide evidence. And why is it taking you 8 months to come back and give me the evidence I require, and you wait to the last hour to provide me a conversation with no evidence. And this is all documented in this blog. A Form D or reliance upon a Regulation D exemption is not SEC approved. It does not mean the SEC has audited the fund, approved its investment strategy, verified historical returns, or endorsed the people operating it. A distinction becomes particularly important when large numbers of those are used around investment operations. One of those numbers is 21 million. Earlier, Onyx Material announced that more than 21 million in luxury real estate activity. I specifically challenged Onyx to explain what that figure represented. I wanted to know more about this claim because they use it on their advertising. So it's a big figure to say that you bought $21 million worth of real estate in a year. So Tom has now answered that question for me. According to Tom, the 21 million plus figure represents an aggressive contracted purchase price/property value of 4 units across, I can't say those names because I'm a Kiwi.
Colette, Opus and Viceroy.
Critically, he states that it does not represent 21 million of investors' capital raised or deployed. Got that, guys? That clarification materially changes how the figure should be interpreted, and I am recording it accordingly. The same applies to the Onyx claim concerning substantial property discounts. The website says strategic. I'm going to read this paragraph because I don't want to get it wrong. And they're already saying that they are receiving discounts on. It doesn't make sense, this.
The website says strategic athlete partnerships secure 30-40% off market values on iconic real estate. I questioned what Onyx actually meant by market value.
Yeah, so so it's all very well for somebody to say, hold it a moment, that they're going to give you a discount. But how do they prove that discount? Hold on, I'm not saying this right. Moment. Right. The website say, yeah, so how do they get to that there? I'm just going to read the next couple of paragraphs.
Tom has now clarified that the benchmark being used is developer list price. According to him, the strategy involves negotiating property acquisitions at approximately 30 to 40% below developer list price. He specifically says Onyx is not representing that every transaction has been independently appraised at 30 to 40% below fair market value.
Now, this is batshit crazy in my opinion, because here you are, you look at the advertising we're about to look at, and then all of a sudden we're saying that the developers have basically given you a recommended retail price, and a property that's worth $1 million is now going to be purchasable at $700,000 or $650,000, because that's what he's saying, that you can purchase $1 million property for $650,000 to $700,000, and he's negotiated a deal. Now that is a pretty amazing thing, don't you agree? Think about that. Isn't that enticing to some young, maybe fighter or professional sports player who doesn't really have his head in the financial thing? He's going to be thinking that sounds like a good investment. He won't want to know the truth. He will just hope that his mate who invested 2 years ago has had no problems. So if he's had no problems, I'll get involved. That's how all these things work out. Oh, you're in the chat. Sorry, Suze. Oh, I see you there. Socks. I know he's got no socks. That is important to distinguish between a discount from asking price and discount from independently established market value. I mean, I just think this is outrageous. So he's come back and confirmed this. This is not my words. This is Tommy's. Then there was the proposed $100 million Fund 2. Again, I asked Onyx to explain precisely what that figure represented. Tom has now confirmed this. 100 million is a fundraising target. It does not mean that 100 million has already been raised, subscribed, or committed. Those answers provide considerably greater clarity around the current signature estate position. Sorry, I'm not reading very good.
Proposition.
Proposition. If you don't know, I'm very dyslexic. I've got a reading level of a 9-year-old, so I do use technology. When I listen to the words, I get it 100%, but when I'm reading it, I sometimes struggle to get the meaning of the words with the pronunciation correct. So that's my disclaimer. But they do not resolve the historical questions surrounding the liquidity pools. So once again, obviously, liquidity pools and me don't get along very well, because the only person that I know of that's done anything with liquidity pools is NLP, and obviously Christopher Delgado, who's now pleaded guilty and is facing up to a 50-year sentence. And he'll be sentenced on the 21st of October, and I'm going to be there. And hey, look, Tom and Eric, love to meet you guys. We could probably do an interview face-to-face. Anyway, so liquidity pool reminds me of NLP and Goliath Ventures. So when they mention that they have closed that offering, I'm really curious. And I think that would be quite a thing to address to somebody who's just taken down a $425 million Ponzi scheme. Years before the current signature estate proposition, McNeil had already publicly discussed fund management and the economics of aggregation. Oh my goodness.
Aggregating
investor capital. I do know what it means. In a June 2023 interview, he explained how funds could pool money, negotiate access to investment opportunities, and potentially retain the spread between that and underlying investment generated and what investors receive. Now, this video here, I'm actually surprised it's still online. I'm going to put this at the top here so I know where I'm up. But listen to this.
And all these different companies, right? They're going to relate.
So this is a guy I found on the internet. He's only got 142 subscribers. He's got about 75 videos, and he had the privilege of interviewing Eric McNeil. Now, this video blows me away because the attitude of what Eric says it speaks for itself.
Have you transitioned away from RIA single client relationships? And
yeah,
that's what McNeil X.
And that's where McNeil X came in. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how long were you doing Diamond Financial before you transitioned?
3 years.
3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was from 2019 to
to now.
To now, pretty much.
To this year.
So you launched McNeil X this year, 2023.
So McNeil X, which I don't know if we brought up, is this one here, McNeil X, and that's why I got that name. And obviously, Eric was offering all these different services at the time.
McNeil X is comprised of the things that I've been doing, and now it's just formally put together.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, backing up a little bit with Diamond Financial. So you moved to Utah, you work for another shop for a little bit, then you're getting that off the ground. So how did you go about finding some of your first clients? I mean, getting them to trust you. What was your strategy for pounding the pavement? Yeah, I know you work a lot with athletes, entrepreneurs, but what was the first 6 months like trying to get a business off the ground?
My gosh. So I was really naive, really arrogant. And I feel like there's gonna be so many people who are listening to this that want to be the financial advisor, who want to go the Northwestern and all these different companies, right? They're going to relate so hard to this that I genuinely thought it was, dude, you go golf 2-3 times a week and you'll get any client you want.
Yeah.
I thought it was dude, I thought it was going to be a cakewalk. And I even told my wife, I'm like, dude, I went and got a custom suit. I went and got some new clubs. I'm like, bro, this is going to be easy. I'm just going to take them, go golfing. So
he said to his wife, called his wife a dude.
Sit them down, get some food, and they'll invest.
Yep.
He didn't get any socks.
And oh my gosh, the biggest awakening that was so far from the case. The guys who are golfing that often already have several million in assets under management, probably tens of millions. If you got less than 10 million, especially you're only charging 1%. And then your firm gets probably 30% of that, you're not making that much money, right? And so if you're not making a couple hundo at least, you should not be golfing 2-3 times a week, right?
Yeah.
You need to be doing the outreach, right? And so it was cool because I finally got one of the most powerful tools, which was I had two things. So I had one that was an income calculator. And so this taught me to control what you can control. And it just kind of worked backwards. So it was, how much commission do you make per client? Let's call it $5,000. Okay. Sweet. So if you want to make $100,000, how many clients do you need to hit, your goal, right? That's 20 people at $5,000 a piece. Perfect. So now what are the activities required to get one client? So how many meetings does it take to close that client? Perfect. How many phone calls does it take to schedule that first meeting? How many texts does it take to follow up? How many, and back to back to back to back. And you work your way backwards to where it goes down to your phone calls. So how many pieces of outreach do you have to do per day to hit $100,000 or whatever your goal is, right? 100 is just easy numbers. And so it got to the point where I was like, okay, if I make, 32 phone calls per day, each phone call, whether they answer, say yes or say no, I'll be making $6 a phone call, regardless of what they say. And so I'm like, oh man, this started to change everything for me. So now it's being extremely active, right? Cause I'm not gonna lie, dude, like I said, the first little bit I was even a tiny bit lazy. I hate to admit it, but I was it'd be midday and I'm like, well, my clients are working and I did some of my outreach. I message them and I'm waiting. I'll eat, I'll watch a little bit of Netflix and just kind of wait around and dude, I shouldn't be doing that. You need to be in the public. You need to be going to car event. I do the Cars and Coffee, Cars and Coin. I go to everything now. Right. And it's I'm making way more money than I did, but I'm also still way more active than I was because once I started to figure it out, I'm just a buddy of mine, KB, shouts to KB. We always say a married man can never have too much money. And so it's once you start learning those principles of how to make money, you just can't stop. Once you figured it out, you just cannot stop. I don't know what it is, but it's just a momentum of a snowball going downhill. It's just full force. You just can't slow down. Yeah. I love it. I love how you broke it down because I've heard that again and again. It's if you just set an arbitrary goal, I want to have $100,000 in income, but you don't, back into that. It's nearly impossible to actually hit. So how did you track those things though? Did you have, was it Excel? Yeah. All these calls, send all these emails. How are you keeping yourself accountable? Yeah. So at first, to make it really easy, because I'm first of all, I'm a paper guy. I'll use tech for everything, but for just important things, I need a paper in front of me. I don't know if it's psychological, to check something and seeing it, right, to do. And so I'd do that. I would say 35 phone calls and I have a checkbox. And I would say 30 outreach on social media platforms, 1 post per day, 1 poll per day, and then your follow-ups. And it was just I can control all those. And at the very bottom was ask 5 people for an appointment every day. And I was like, dude, I can do that. So I was sometimes to ask 5 people, I'd have to do 50 pieces of outreach. And you know what I'm saying? Or even sometimes at 5, I can do that in 15 calls, but I still need to do my 35. So I do an extra 20, right? And so there were things that are just in my control. You can't control yeses, you can't control no's, hang-ups, any of that. So control your activity and you'll be able to hit those goals.
Love it, dude. Yeah. Because sometimes I still do where I'm I want to do this, but if you have no control over I guess the input, then it's very hard to get the output. You know? And that's where I'll get depressed because I'm I set this goal for 2023, or 2022, whatever it was. But if I don't have these standards or inputs that are actually going to get me there, something that I can check off, it gets kind of depressing because you're just what am I doing? So I like that, dude. The little things, right? Just getting after day by day.
All goal setting, every macro goal has to have micro goals. Yeah. They have to. Like you said, or you're not going to do it. The biggest book that changed my life was 12-Week Year because a lot of people, a big example is weight loss. People are at the new year, everyone says I want to lose 20 pounds this year, right? And then you fast forward to end it, you do good for a week or two, you fall off the wagon, you're I got time. And then March rolls around, you're okay, well.
It's not really what I wanted to find. I think it's got into the, if you go and watch this whole video though, we've actually got the transcript out of it. He's talking about how he goes about getting customers and basically wearing flash suits and lifestyle marketing is what I got. So you
diversify some of it. Do you want to pull some money out of your other investments and put it over here? So I just have some autonomy now that it's game changing.
Interesting, man.
Yeah.
I feel like that's fairly unique because when you think of a fund, it's all right, this fund, everyone's going in and everyone's getting the same thing. Yep. It's all going into either, real estate or whatever it is. But that's a really unique structure because it allows you to have a fund, but then still operate like a wealth manager, like a financial advisor.
Yes.
And still cater portfolios to people.
And it's super cool because as a financial advisor, I would have to do a risk tolerance questionnaire. I had to do their time horizons, do all these different, things to figure out where they're at. Whereas now it's hey, look, here's a few things that you can do. In the past, I've helped people I would say maybe put, some of it in this, some of that, right? But I'm not giving them any investment advice.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, hey, traditionally, this is what a lot of people do. It's up to you, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas in the past, I would have to go through this whole questionnaire, background stuff, and then give them advice. Whereas now people can come in, Eric, I want to put money in your fund. Okay. Here's the info.
Yep.
And that's it. Right. And so now it's okay, here are our offerings. Let me know where you want to put the money. No, let's get to work.
That's great, dude. So how has it been going in terms of raising capital for the fund? I mean, probably a similar approach to what you're doing with the RIA, but are you still super focused on cold outreach? I think I saw a post the other day, on Instagram, just kind of like you went through X number of calls, X number, like, are you still doing a bunch of cold outreach? How are you growing your
dude,
fund?
it's so funny. Again, I'm very competitive, and I post my strategies all the time because I think there's maybe 1% to 2% of people out there that will actually consistently do what I do. Yeah. And I do it every single day. I don't miss. And so we're extremely active. I even, and as you know, like I'm in the athlete space, right? And so we actually compiled a list of, I think we have like 6,000 names. We have names, emails, Twitter handle, Instagram handle, and their LinkedIn. And we have that all set up with like 5,000 or 6,000 names. And every single day, manually, not like hiring virtual assistants, not doing automatic outreach. And
look, it's a really in video. It's not the part I wanted to do, and I haven't got distracted. But what I was looking for is he claimed in that video that he was a financial advisor. So I would actually be interested to know whether he's a registered financial advisor. And I honestly didn't look that up. So let me see where I was up to. So those questions those are questions for Eric McNeil, and separating, the real estate from the historical liquidity pool does not make those questions disappear. Just because you're saying, look, we're not doing that offering anymore, doesn't mean, that we, what am I trying to say, Danny? I'm trying to find that link I just had. Did I actually lose that? This interview. Sorry, guys. So what I'm basically saying is that I lose that. I can't believe I've just lost that where I was, because I'm pretty sure I had that interview. Where he talked, and I've lost it. How did I do that? So this is interview. June the 21st interview. There it is there. So that's where I was up to. Years before, where did I get to? Onyx Reserve. Oh, that's great. So we're up to the Onyx Reserve, and we're up to that interview. He explained how the fund could pool money, negotiate access and investment opportunities, but apparently retain. Look, I'm actually just not in the right frame of mind for reading that, so I'm just going to give myself a break.
In a June 2023 interview, he explained how a fund could pool money, negotiate access to investment opportunities, and potentially retain the spread between what an underlying investment generated and what investors received. He gave a simple example. If the fund received 15% while investors were paid 10%, the fund manager could retain the remaining 5 percentage points. McNeil also contrasted fund management with his earlier experience as a financial advisor. He discussed how registered advisors operated under compliance restrictions and described moving toward a structure where money could be aggregated into a fund and invested from there. That interview provides historical context, but it does not establish that the vehicle McNeil discussed in 2023, the subsequently acknowledged liquidity pool, and today's signature estates offering are legally or operationally the same thing.
Yeah, it's a shame because I had a link, and Susie might find it, but it's a link where you could actually look up who is a regulated financial advisor, and I'm absolutely sure that I had that link handy so I could look it up in a hurry. Case search, Matthew Burks. Oh, broker check. Here we go. So let's have a look and see if I can actually find Eric's McNeil as a advisor, because I know when we were here, we could look up Eric McNeil, and it was amazing when we looked up Matt Burks that he wasn't a financial advisor. Eric McNeil. So Eric McNeil, he's one here. I don't know how we figure out which one's the real Eric McNeil. Reese McNeil, do we know his middle name? What did he say he was associated with? Bancorp, LPL Financial. That's going back. Whether that's him, I don't know. Let's have another search here. There's probably quite a common name, but in all fairness, it would be interesting to, find out whether we've got the same Eric McNeil, previously registered. I don't know Eric's middle name, or do I? I might do. Sorry to get off track a wee bit. Do we know Eric's middle name? No, we don't. Broker check. I think Susie. Bit late there, Susie. Must be a wee bit behind. It's the one I've got. So when we search for Eric McNeil, I'm just curious whether if it is this Eric McNeil, he's currently not registered. And did he just say, I'm guessing that is Eric McNeil, but how would I find, when he was last registered as a financial advisor? So you would think if this is him, and I'm not saying it is, what we could do is probably do a search for his number, Eric McNeil, and also the Onyx Reserve, and see investment advisor, open up this, because you would probably find Eric McNeil. So there's not the same person, but you get where I'm going with this. It's like worth investigating to find out with these companies whether he worked at any of these companies. So if I was going to have a look around the internet, broker report, FINRA, what I would probably be inclined to do is to go to this one here and look to see if he's registered. So Eric McNeil, copyright 2023. This fund is a regulation D 506C 3C1 fund, and it's got the terms and conditions in there, which I don't know are archived in the Wayback Machine. Summary. So Susie's brought that up. Whoops, did I just click the wrong button? I just made you a moderator accidentally there, Suze. Better put you back. Add as a moderator. What did I just do then? So now we're going to... Yeah, sorry about this, guys. So that's interesting. I'm just having a wee search here for that number. And there we go. Alrighty, so what have we got here? It is this one, is it? Oh no, Reese. There we go. Pixel, come here. Sorry. Pix. So as far as I'm concerned, this could be the actual record. And I could actually, once again, go back to here. No, I can't find it anywhere. So just doing a bit of research that I should have done earlier on, I suppose. But now we have actually got this one here. I will actually add it to make my life a lot easier in the not too distant future. So other things that we have seen that really caught our eye, and I don't know whether this is still visible, but let's have a look. Is this video here, which I don't know if you'll be able to see in that window. We will actually, now we've stuffed it up. Oh, look, I'm making a shit show of this, sorry guys, but we will get there eventually. I'm going to play this video. Right click, copy link address. Just want to give you an idea of the sort of events that these guys run. Let's go over here.
Venture investing. Let's bring to the stage Dan.
Okay, I'll turn that music off. But here they are. They had a big event in an airline with flash cars and obviously airplanes.
A rock star of an individual and
Influencer marketing and venture investing. Let's bring to the stage Dan.
So there they go. Now I'll just see if I can get this back to where it should be. And obviously it's done stuff up. So anyway, long story short, guys, we record live. I might cut some of this out when I get my shit back together. Eric McNeil, Melanote. Yeah, and I'll see what... Right, I'm just trying to get myself back in order here. Rightio. So McNeil has also contrast fund management with earlier experience as a financial advisor. So obviously we can't find him as a financial advisor at the moment. I've just got to make sure. It says previously registered broker. Where does it actually say whether he is currently registered or not? But it looks like it's finished in 2021 when he was associated to this company. He's got 4 years experience, and it doesn't look like he's actually currently... I'm going to go back to results there. It won't work like that. Let's go, Eric. I'm just going to do the simple thing here. Just make sure we've got our facts. So, Eric McNeil, I think it was Reese. And it says, disclosures, no. Broker. I'm a bit lost here, guys. But, look, excuse me if I've got that wrong, but I'm going to bet that, like all these guys that we investigate, there is there. Currently not registered. That answers my question. All right. So if that's the same one we just looked up, which I think it was, then ends of 95. Yes, it is. He's currently not registered as a financial advisor. But anyway, he discusses how regulated advisors operate under the compliance restrictions and described moving towards a structure where money could be aggregated into funds and invested from there. That interview provides historical context, but it does not establish that the vehicle McNeil discusses in 2023, the subsequent acknowledged liquidity pools, and today's signature estates offering are legally offered legally or the same thing. Is that right?
Offering illegally or operationally the same thing.
Yeah, so we don't really know. We're just asking questions. We're not getting the answers we ask. I am now expressly treating those as matters requiring separate examination unless evidence established otherwise. That distinction becomes especially important when we reach McNeil's later recorded conversation with Randy Couture, when Eric represented that his operation can achieve more than 100% annual returns for 4 years consecutively. So that's what he said on video. Regardless, he's already disgruntled. Thanks, Susie. I see your meshes there now. So he's already bitched and moaned about the fact that he was recorded without his knowledge and didn't want that stuff on the internet. And we go, no shit, Sherlock. And Tom has now told me that he had nothing to do with that conversation. Isn't that crazy? That my correspondence was the first time. So Tom claims that he had nothing to do with that conversation. So he's even distanced himself from Eric. That my correspondence was the first time he became aware of it, and that he will not be speculated.
Speculate about historical trading records, exchange transactions, timestamps or CPA verification that he did not personally create, execute or verify.
Yeah, and just to put that into perspective, he's telling us that he didn't know anything. So here's CoffeeZilla's video, right?
At this point, I excitedly brought my results
And
to Danny to see what he thought.
So there's no incoming money.
Where do they... Right, so this is CoffeeZilla and I having a chat face-to-face in his $10 million apartment. This has had 4.3 million views. And if you go to CoffeeZilla's YouTube channel, you go down here and you go into his Patreon account. I don't know how many Patreons CoffeeZilla has. It might actually say here, but there will be thousands, if not membership. I don't know how many members he has. It's $5 a month, the best $5 you'll ever spend. But when you go to the home of it, you can go through and see CoffeeZilla's videos. Now, for Tommy to come back and say that he never saw this video that could theoretically cripple their company if they were legitimate. To say that he had no collection of this video here is absolutely batshit crazy. But that's what we've got to go with, ladies and gentlemen, because that's what Tommy wants me to believe. I accept that position for the purpose of accurately reporting Tom's involvement. So I can only go with what I get told. I can't speculate, even though you might read between the lines. It means the unresolved historical questions before become considerably more focused. What exactly was the historical liquidity pool? Who operated? Where was the investor capital deployed? What generated the returns? Who executed the trading? Why was it closed? And can Eric McNeil extraordinary historical performance representations be independently verified? And I think that the whole article that we're actually doing right now, that there is what I want to know. Now, you can't say, oh, Christopher Delgado was running a Ponzi scheme and we didn't know about it. And, oh, Matt Burks was associated with Goliath Ventures and he was our operations manager. And also he was doing our audits with Black Block, not to be mistaken as Black Rock. And we didn't know anything about it. But once we found out, we got rid of Matt Burks and we got rid of Black Block from association with our company. And now we changed what we're doing and we're not offering that anymore. And then I come back and I go, well, if you were offering it, who was doing it? Who was doing the liquidity pools? If it wasn't Goliath Ventures, if it wasn't NLP, then who was doing the historical liquidity pools? And if Goliath Ventures had no influence in what you were doing, then why did you stop? Are you saying that you were offering liquidity pool trading and now because Christopher's been done for running one of the largest Ponzi schemes in America, that you've decided to stop offering the same thing? An obvious question is why? Why would you stop? If you weren't using Christopher or Matt Burke, why did you stop offering that? You think that would be a pretty standard question to ask? Those are questions for Eric McNeil. That's what Tommy basically said. He didn't know anything about it, so they're all sort of like passing the hot scone around the office by the look of it. And separating signature estate from the historical liquidity pool does not make those questions that I want answered go away. It simply makes clearer who needs to answer them. Now, if you guys are in bed together, then what you want to do is you want to realize who these guys are. Because if you were to line these up with the Goliath Ventures boys or anyone else who drives around with a car that they can't prove they own, wears suits that are too tight for them, and they don't have socks, these guys all look the same. And let's just find out who these guys are.
The Onyx Reserve investigation ultimately comes down to the people asking investors to trust them with significant amounts of money. In the correspondence sent to me on the 20th of December, 2025, there was no ambiguity about who was speaking for the organization. Eric McNeil wrote on behalf of himself and Tommy Shields, opening with, "This is Eric McNeil and Tommy Shields here with the Onyx Reserve." They referred to our fund, described its investment thesis, addressed the Matt Burks issue, and asked me to remove material they believed could damage the reputation they had built.
Now, if that's genuine, you think that they would answer every question. So that was the only email I ever received from these guys, and we responded with a right of reply, and as you're going to find out, we got nothing.
Eric McNeil had already spent years building a public profile around finance, athlete relationships, and wealth management.
Well, any of those athletes, as I've said, we want you guys to reach out to us. We want you to be concerned about your investments.
In a June 2023 interview, he described his background as beginning in banking before moving into financial advice and later fund management. He said he had worked at Wells Fargo, moved into wealth management, operated Diamond Financial, and eventually transitioned into McNeil X, which he described as combining business, branding, and wealth management for athletes and entrepreneurs. He also said he had launched a fund of funds model in which client money could be allocated across fixed income, opportunity, and real estate strategies.
Right, so I'm looking here, and excuse me for trying to find here, but Diamond Financial is one of these actually called Diamond Financial. Is Al LPL Diamond Financial, because he's there for quite a few years. I would be interested to know what if one of these companies may have like rebranded themselves maybe, but if this is his financial record, which I hope it is, I might have it wrong, wouldn't this, so we've got Park Avenue Securities LLC, US Bay Corp Investments, whether that's got diamond whatever in it, I do not know. And then you've got LPL Financials, Private Ledger Group, Reed's Investments, Reed Financial Advisors. There's a whole list of different advisors that are associated to that company by the look of it. But what am I seeing here? It's not, I can't see Diamond Financial, but I'm not saying it's not. No. So who is Diamond Financial? And do we just do stupid stuff like, do we come here and put Diamond Financial and then put, his number in here, I mean, is this how stupid it is? Is it, if I come here and I search for Diamond Financial, whoops, I'm going to get lost here. Eric McNeil's Telegram. There we go. So look, here's something in here. And we have found McNeil, California, and here's Instagram, McNeil. Now, what is that actually telling us? So I click in here, or is it somebody else? Lock results. So let's have a look at this. And now have we got anything to do? I'm actually curious if I search for that number, whether I'm going to find anything. I don't know if you can search this. Message follow. Can you search? No. But anyway, as you can see, we've got more lifestyle marketing, more flash cars. I mean, look at this. Performance water. They're also selling drinks. It'll be coconut water next. Lots of hugging going on. Here's the flash cars and the lifestyle. We've probably got music to go with it. Look at this. He's the man. It's all the same shit. More hangers, more cars. I bet they don't, I'd love to see the pink slips of these cars and see if there's any finance over this. Like, they've got a couple of airplanes, have they? Why do they need this sort of advertising and marketing to be the man about town? And you've got these stupid articles here. So now tap. So this is him in Forbes. Okay. Well, you think if you did the postings in Forbes, you would actually put, you'd put that somewhere. So ads for today's, I don't know, but I would be putting the link to me in Forbes on my website and linking to it. We've just had photos of Mike Shimlinsky standing in front of all these cars. I mean, what is this bullshit? I mean, this is just total propaganda bullshit. I don't want to see you, baby. No offense. Like, what is all this bullshit? I mean, at what point do we start believing these guys are as successful as they want you to believe? Like, what is this bullshit? I mean, look, what I'm trying to do is find out that why can somebody run a company, and claim they're somebody and not even be a registered financial advisor. I'm just doing a search on that number to see whether I can find any other images, but I can't. So did we find anything here? This is SEC, and we've got Eric Reese McNeil. We might add Reese into our investigation for next time. Now we know its middle name is Reese. And if I've got the name wrong, my apologies, but we're obviously trying to find out whether you are a financial advisor. Because at the moment, oh, there we go, Diamond Financial. So there he is, 2021 to 23. So at the end of 2023, it tells us that we are working for Diamond Financial. So how come, maybe Susie want to investigate that, why does that not come up in the other area? He was terminated. Arizona, Utah. Registration status was terminated. No, not currently filed. Broker. Latest from advert. So this is application investment. I'm just having a quick look through. I don't even know what I'm reading, to be honest. Oh, so there we go. So we've actually linked that through to his investment. So what I'm going to do is just going to link that for next when we investigate him. Put that over there. And now what we want to do is go back to that there, and we want to check on his LinkedIn profile. Doesn't exist, because what happened with these guys, the same thing happened when CoffeeZilla emailed him. They all disappeared. So they basically blocked us, which is friggin' hilarious. So let me just put that in perspective for you. So this, if I was to search, this is probably not relevant to anyone except us, but these guys, yeah, they don't want to answer our questions, and you think that you would take the opportunity. So this is his LinkedIn address, right? Now, can somebody in the chat room do us a favor? And I'm going to actually give you that link. And I want you to tell me whether this actually comes up for you, because he's blocked me. And if I was to come to here and put in speech marks, that will probably help me out. But if I search in speech marks, take out the LinkedIn part, you'll probably find McNeil. So what I'm trying to find out whether his LinkedIn profile is still relevant. Anyway, so we have found out that he has worked for Diamond Financial, and I sort of can't help myself here, guys. So let's go back to Diamond Financial. Can we go back? And this here is probably a good thing to actually include in the thing. So let's go Diamond Financial, because we want to have it as accurate as possible. Diamond Financial. There it is. And where he mentions that, we are now going to link that through so that we can actually have it there for the next person who's doing their investigation into these guys, which is fantastic. So thank you very much for that, Danny, even though I say so myself. So when we hit refresh, it says the page doesn't exist when you click on the link. Okay, so why don't we have a look at what we've got on file. So this is what I've got on file previously, and because I'd love to make sure we've got the right person. LinkedIn copy link. Oh dear, this is going way off the track now, isn't it? I'm going to actually put that there. It's a different number. There you go. Answer my own question. Hold up, 1 minute, please. Call up. I'm going to show you how we do this. So we've got another LinkedIn profile available here. So you can see what I'm doing here is the LinkedIn profile. I'm hoping that we have got the right. You see it. How do you see it, Susie? So you can see we've got two LinkedIn profiles. I'm going to go to the first one, and that still exists, right? But the second one tells me it doesn't exist. So what I want to do now is take off the numbers on the end of it, put / and see whether that still comes up with the same Eric McNeil. So there is a different Eric McNeil, so that means they can't have the same URL. So what is that? So just to be sure, if you search for LinkedIn, because as I just showed you, that I still have access to him, and he also is the Onyx Reserve. He's only got 417 connections. He's not very famous for somebody who's, look, I don't have a Lamborghini. I have 15,000 connections. So that's quite interesting. Yeah. So hi, good a toast. Hey, I might need some accommodation in America coming up soon. I've just got my things happening there. So anyway, so I'm sorry to break that into an interesting thing, but as you can see now, we linked through to Diamond Financial, eventually transitioned into McNeil. And I think I can't help it, but look, let's just go and do this properly, guys, because we want this investigation. This is not our first investigation. But if I go down to McNeil X Fund. If I go to this link here, let's go. Right, so now we did this earlier on, but my apologies, we're doing it twice. What I want to do is I want to actually link through to this link, and I want that to turn up sometime in the not too distant future. Why that's doing that, we'll carry on reading the next section. So he's obviously transformed, and now we're just going to read down to here, and why that's listing, I'll go grab that link and add it. Here we go.
Eventually transitioned into McNeil X, which he described as combining business, branding and wealth management for athletes and entrepreneurs. He also said he had launched a fund of funds model in which client money could be allocated across fixed income, opportunity and real estate strategies. The interview is revealing because Eric speaks openly about what attracted him to fund management. He explained that as a financial advisor, compensation was commonly based around a percentage of assets under management. By becoming a fund manager, he said he could charge more and participate in carried interest, describing the potential for his own income to increase dramatically. He also said the fund structure reduced the compliance and licensing burden he had experienced as a registered advisor.
Excellent. So he's basically found a new way to reinvent himself. That's what we're looking at here. But anyway, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, I've just McNeil X. I've actually gone back to the Wayback Machine and added that link in there. So at one point, McNeil, I'm just going to carry on reading it. So
at one point, McNeil described the transition in striking terms. He said that instead of managing hundreds or even thousands of individual clients as a fiduciary, he now effectively had one client, the fund. He repeatedly described the fund management model as easier, less regulated and more profitable for him.
Right. So basically he doesn't care who, he's been basically giving people high returns on their investments using a fund to do so. So he doesn't need to investigate what's within the fund. Is that what we're getting? So I'd love to know the name of the fund.
That doesn't establish misconduct. Private funds can be entirely legitimate, and fund managers can lawfully earn management fees and carried interest. But when somebody later promotes extraordinary returns, solicits investor capital and discusses referral compensation, that earlier explanation of why the fund model appealed to him becomes relevant context.
So are you curious? I am. What is a fund of funds? It's always a bit exciting. We might as well ask that question to the best one. Let's have a listen.
A fund of funds, OF, is basically an investment fund that invests investors' money into other investment funds or managers rather than making all the underlying investments itself. In simple terms, investor Onyx, other fund manager, actual investments or trading. So when Eric says Onyx was operating a fund of funds strategy and was not the underlying trader, he is saying that Onyx collected invested capital, but another fund or investment manager was responsible for the actual trading strategy. That distinction is important to your investigation because Eric is effectively saying, open quote, "We didn't make those trades. We relied on performance information supplied by the managers we invested with." Close quote. But that creates an obvious due diligence question. Who were those underlying managers? If Eric was telling Randy Couture that the strategy had produced 100% plus annual returns for 4 consecutive years, then identifying the manager who supposedly generated those returns and producing independently verifiable records from that manager becomes extremely important.
Skip to content.
Structure itself is perfectly legitimate and widely used. The issue in your investigation isn't that they used one. The issue is whether the underlying investments and extraordinary performance claims can actually be verified.
Yeah, so that's incredible. So basically what he's saying is he's using funds of funds, which is basically, in my opinion, moving the liability and not even knowing whether. So I'm just going back to my liquidity partners. That's technically similar to a fund of fund. In fact, with Goliath Ventures, they used NLP as a place to invest. NLP was offering the same offering as them, and they just moved money illegally claiming they were doing what another investment was done, not telling anyone the name of the investment over here, and then going over here, investing clients' money under the name Goliath Ventures. And then when that all went pear-shaped, they just kept taking money. Now, I would be very interested to know that if they are claiming they're using fund of funds, what's the name of the fund that you're using? And the fact that they're no longer offering liquidity pool, they're closing that part of their offer. Then what was that name originally? And they're claiming they have nothing to do with Goliath Ventures. I'm not saying they did, but it would be a good time to mention the name of the fund that they were using that was offering liquidity pool trading. This isn't rocket science, ladies and gentlemen. This is people's hard-earned money that these companies are investing. Now, from our research today, we can't find any evidence of him being a registered financial advisor. Why do these companies believe that they can promote other people's funds of funds? McNeil also described a highly deliberate approach to marketing. He told the interviewer that he had used stock marketing throughout using, this is, what really got me. It's a funny one because I don't like doing these investigations half-cocked. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something that everyone's going to go, don't do it, Danny, but I'm going to do it anyway, is I'm going to go to this, is it going to be this investigation? Where is that going to go, Danny? We did this here and we had the investigation, not the investigation, there it is, the interview. So we've got the interview, right? This is what I do normally. Just
like
so
6,000 names. We have.
So I'm going to go to the interview and then I'm going to leave that open. I'm going to shut that one down. And I'll use this one here. So what I normally do when you're not here, guys, I go to the transcript. I put the video into the transcript and I go for the transcript. So in here, he talked about, now I've got that there, Tommy Shields, we've gone past that. And in here, he talks about, where's those cars gone? Private funds. There it is, McLaren's. So now I can come back to here. I can search the transcript and we're 54 minutes in. Isn't that clever? So 54 minutes into this, we're going to hear how he goes about marketing himself. And I knew it was in there, and this is what I was looking for before. So we're going to go to 53 minutes in and listen to this.
You probably don't even want to work with because you're being something that you're not. Mm-hmm. And now they see you as someone who you're not. And now you have to live that life forever. Yeah. And that's exhausting.
I'm going to go back a bit.
JP Morgan, I said McNeil X. Who are you going to trust?
Yeah.
JP Morgan. Like, right, they already have the name, right?
Sure.
And so how do I compete with that? How do I go to the NFL Combine and like pro days and I'm going up next to like the Edward Jones guy and the Schwab guy and the JP guy, and then I'm over here to say, who do you want to work with? Like, I have to be different. And I have to be true to who I am. So when it comes to like being on social media, and we talk about this a lot on the podcast, like brand building, do not be who you're not. Because it's going to be very exhausting and you're going to attract people who you probably don't even want to work with because you're being something that you're not.
Just going to stop him right here in his tracks. So we've got these guys on their social media using lifestyle marketing to show off how wonderful their life is. We've got Eric McNeil. He's got his, his lifestyle marketing. And now we've got this claim about how he uses his lifestyle marketing to outrank, for the use of a better word.
Mm-hmm. And now they see you as someone who you're not, and now you have to live that life forever. Yeah. And that's exhausting. And I talk to a lot of people in the space. So like during that whole like crypto boom, when everyone made money and everyone was like, it was all about like yachts and Lamborghinis and like everyone was just balling out, right?
Yeah.
There's something that goes into marketing about like hook, line, sinker. And there's people out there who are only hook, 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 hook. And you're starting to like go through all these posts. It's like, okay, there's no call to action. There's no link in their bio. Like they're not serving people. They're not doing anything. I'm like, I'm really just following this guy because he posts nice things and he's not showing me how to make money. Like, this is all about him. I no longer have any interest, right?
Yep.
And so now when you go to look at like some of the stuff that I've done, like the last 2 years, it was like shock marketing. So like, dude, when I posted my McLaren, like, cause people know me, like the nicest car I had at that point was like a Ford Raptor, which is a nice truck, but it's not like super luxurious, right? Yeah. And then I just posted something about me and a McLaren and everyone's like, dude, what the heck just happened? And so it started shocking people. And then I started like, now I got this watch and now I'm sitting like courtside at games and now I'm like traveling to Miami and I'm on these yachts and all these things start getting like really flashy and everyone's like, dude, what the heck? And now you're getting a ton of attention.
Yep.
What do you do with the attention? It's like running ClickFunnels ads and then you don't have a ClickFunnels. You just run ads to like this website that's not done. Right. And now it's like you lose everybody and they won't come back. And so now if you go look at my page, like from time to time, you'll see some like flashy stuff, but like you'll see like a car, you'll see something, but underneath it is like the caption is very important. So now I'm like talking about, I think yesterday I was talking about like, I had a picture like my Rolex in the car. And it's like, the only time that I'm worried about is like, it's time to level up. Mm-hmm. Like, who's with me? Like, what are you guys doing today? Like, how are you getting better today? And so now I'm like asking these interpersonal questions to like really ask yourself, like, what are you doing to get better? Like, how are you leveling up? Are you sick of where you're at? Like, let's do something together. Like, invest in my fund. Talk to me about e-commerce. Talk to me about passive income. Like, anything money related, talk to me. Like, I will help you. And if I can't do it, I promise you I have the network of someone who can help you. Right. And so if you see someone who is like just posting about themselves, just stop following them. It's not worth your energy. It's fake. Yep. But if you see someone who has some really nice things online and they're showing you how to make money and like do well, follow those people.
That's so good, man. Would you recommend somebody acquire flashy or like the nice cars? Like, it sounds like that kind of catapulted some momentum for you when you like,
if that's your personality, bro. Like when I was growing up, like I'll never forget this. Like the only way I pulled this off is because my dad was out of town and I had a basketball game, like a youth basketball game. Allen Iverson was like my idol. And I showed up to the game like wearing sweats and my mom was like, he never does that, but like I won't say anything. And I take off I waited till I was on the bench. I think I was just probably like anywhere from like 8 to 10. I take the sweatpants off and I had like one sock on. And like I thought I was so dope, dude. I was so flashy. And my mom was like, I saw her in the stands and she was just like, I can't wait to tell your dad. Like, you're not supposed to be like that. My dad always taught us that you're humble, right? You don't need to like look loud on the court, like let your stats like kind of show for it, right? But I'm like, nah, like I'm very like spotlight. I'm like Miami, LA, Scottsdale. Like that's just like my vibe. Growing up, I loved like the spinner wheels on cars. You know what I mean? Like just like super flashy. So like I stopped like hiding it. Who cares? That's who I was. And for a long time, it was like a Drake song where he's like, I wanted to buy everything in store, so I bought it all just to make sure. Mm-hmm. And it was just like, that was like what pushed me for a long time, was like, I'm motivated by nice things. And like, at first I thought that was probably a problem. I was like, it seems very superficial. But I was like, no, dude, if that's going to motivate me to be successful, like, why is that a problem? Like, if that's what makes me happy, then go do it. And so I started to do it. And then that's where I had the change, where I was like, oh, this isn't actually very fulfilling. It's cool. It's fun. But for how long? And now it's like, okay, the stuff that makes sense is like, what am I doing with my platform? How many lives am I touching? Like, can I serve people? Like, the more money I make, now I can actually donate more. Like, I can travel the world. I can give my time. I can give money. Like, okay, now I want to make more money because I can bless more lives. And we just adopted a kid, and I want to put him in like the best sports camps possible. Or if he's a musician, send him to the best musical schools. If like, I don't care what he wants to do, whatever he wants to do, we'll be able to put him in like the best opportunity to succeed because I'm successful and able to make money. Right. And so I tell everyone that it's like, be honest with yourself on what your why is. Find out why you want to make money, why you want to be successful. Because if you just want to be successful, you want to make money, you'll find ways to make money, but they probably won't be honest. You might screw over a partner to make that money, and you might take it because your why was making money. But if your why is deeper and like a fundamental like piece of like money is a byproduct, you'll get the money, but because you're trying to see out like this other goal, and money's just the byproduct.
Love it, man. Well, last question, we'll wrap it up. In terms of advice you'd have for somebody wanting to start their own business, make the leap to entrepreneurship, big part of your life, but what advice would you give to somebody who's been either on the sidelines or wanting to make that jump into that?
Just
role?
fire, ready, aim. Like, start. You will fail, and I hope you do, because you learn so much through failure. Failure is probably one of the best teachers on this planet. Like, dude, when I first started my company, I thought I was going to ball out. I think I made like 20 grand. And it was terrible. It was demoralizing. It hurt. And I was like, okay, I need to fix some things, and now I need to go make some more money, right? I've had clothing companies fail. I've had e-commerce companies fail. I've had countless failures, right? But a failure is when you give up, right? And so it's like, you just got to keep going. And I promise you, the entrepreneurship journey is lonely. I don't care if you're married or not, because your spouse.
All right, we've heard enough about that, but at least you get an idea. If you haven't got a chance to watch that video, you will find the link on the website. So he told the interviewer that he had used stock marketing through McLaren's, watches, courtside seats, Miami trips, and yachts because the flashy imagery attracted the attention, and that was the only way he felt he could theoretically compete. Then he explained the intent conversion, capture the attention and direct people towards the fun, e-commerce opportunities and passive income products. In his own words, the message eventually became, invest in my fund, talk to me about e-commerce, and talk about that sort of style. So I'm actually going to go find that and actually became, and I'm actually going to do that, and I'm going to put that in a speech mark and make that bold, because I think that's actually a brilliant little wee saying there, and that will help us update, make that look a bit beautiful. So if you don't know what I'm doing, I'm updating this as we go. But that matters because the luxury imagery isn't merely incidental to his lifestyle. McNeil himself describes it as part of the marketing strategy. So don't be put off by people with, suits that are too tight and no socks. It also outlines the aggressive investor acquisition process. According to 2023 interview, the team had compiled thousands of names from the athlete world, including emails and social media accounts, and had personally carried out large volumes of daily outreach across Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. Prospects were moved into automated email campaigns, introduced to videos, webinars before being placed on his calendar. One of the things that really struck me when I listened to that interview, McNeil was unusually candid about his objective. He said by the time someone reached his calendar, that business needs to be closed. So basically, he's washed out everything he could do to stop that person from investing. When they made it into his calendar, it was basically a closed deal. They were ready to invest because they had already been contacted, introduced to him, and watched a webinar. He gives valuable. So these guys are just salesmen, aren't they? And why can somebody be a salesman of somebody else's fund and not be accountable if that fund is shady as hell? I'm not saying it is, but if we don't know the name of the fund, maybe it was Goliath Ventures. I don't know. But hey, now they've moved into real estate. Now I've got another real estate guy I'm going to investigate in the next few couple of weeks. And we've already received an email from him to his clients basically saying all the money their investors have put on hold until their lawyer looks through it. It's incredible. This gives a valuable context to the later Randy Couture recording. Eric wasn't passively waiting for wealthy investors to discover him. By his own account, he had built a systematic prospecting machine aimed at athletes and entrepreneurs using social proof, personal outreach, automated funnels, and investment presentations to move people towards the fund. Tommy Shields' public role appears different. So Tommy Shields, I'm going to read this so we get into the flow of it.
The material supplied to me identifies Shields as Senior Investor Relations at the Onyx Reserve. That title places him directly on the investor-facing side of the operation, and when the Goliath issue arose, he was not presented as a distant employee. Eric's December 2025 email explicitly included Tommy as part of the team speaking for Onyx, and both were positioned as people concerned about the organization's reputation and its relationship with Matt Burks.
So it's important not to transfer every statement made by Eric into Tommy, because they have now emailed me both, and it doesn't seem like they're working together, going by their own admission.
Where Eric makes the investment claims, I attribute them to Eric. Where Tommy appears in investor relations material or joint correspondence, I attribute that involvement to Tommy. Where a claim appears in Onyx Reserve marketing, I treat it as a corporate representation unless evidence identifies the individual responsible. That distinction matters because the evidence surrounding Eric becomes progressively more serious.
Yeah.
By the time Randy Couture entered the story, McNeil wasn't merely talking publicly about how fund managers make money or how social media helps attract clients.
So just out of curiosity, after I said this
He was
paragraph,
making specific representations to someone he believed could invest and introduce additional investors, and Couture had decided to record the conversation.
Now, Couture did amazingly well, and his CoffeeZilla said he was maintained a poker face all the way through it, which is absolutely batshit crazy. You know, and once again, look at these guys' website, and what they're actually offering is actually passive income, venture, and real estate. So what the passive income, seeking sustainable, consistent passive cash flow, request a call. Venture upside paired with passive quarterly distributions. So as we heard on the phone call, when he was talking to Couture, he was basically saying that he would pay out 5% out of, if somebody invested $1 million, he would pay out $50,000 a year, and it would be paid monthly. This is what he said. You can't deny what you said to an investor. And now they're claiming their offering is real estate, but they don't want to go back and look at, they've got Global Trust. Now, we just found out that we just produced a blog today, and we found out that Christopher Delgado, which we'll go through in a few weeks' time, had actually had 279 foreign victims. So Goliath's own admission said that 99.9% of our investors are in America. And now we've just had come out yesterday that 279 foreign victims. So when you see these guys coming out with these claims, Global Trust, to me, investors' relations across US, Europe, Middle East, Asia, backed by reputable administrator, legal, and compliance teams. Now, who are these clients' teams? I'm just going to shut down some of my screens so it doesn't confuse me along the way. Who are these clients' teams? And why do these companies believe they don't have to answer my questions, or more importantly, your questions? Culture capital, keynotes and major stages and arenas for family office forums, whatever that means. Art Basel and premier NFL NBA events. So I don't even know what that means. But this team of individuals, if you have got any information on these individuals and their connection to this team, are these regulated financial advisors? Have they been regulated financial advisors? What type of advice and what sort of claims are these people telling you that you are going to get? Because at the end of the day, these guys will just be flashy salespeople, making you look at their lifestyle marketing, to encourage you to invest your hard-earned dollars. But if these people aren't qualified to do so, or maybe they were one day but not today, what are they doing telling you what to do with your money? I mean, who are these people? Are these people involved in something, and they are going to come back and say to you, we had no idea what the Onyx Reserve was doing, but we sold it and we did not know? Are they going to hide behind willful blindness? Because it's ridiculous. If we go to Millinote, right? If I go to Ponzi schemes and scams, if I go to Onyx Reserve, if I go to persons of interest, if I go to Matt Burks. So here's Matt Burks, a guy that was a parish. Now, if you go to all these videos of him doing prayer sessions, they've all been removed. The church has scrubbed him from the internet. What is Matt Burks doing right now? All right. And then if we go to my persons of interest, and we go to the co-conspirators, all these co-conspirators now are telling us that they're innocent. I've got another blog coming out, what's already come out, but I haven't done the video on it first. And we've got, if we go to my Goliath Ventures link on my website, you can scoot to the bottom and you can actually see, Jonathan Mason and his lawsuit. Now, he's claiming that he was a victim. He's claiming that he wasn't associated with Christopher. He's just telling all his clients what to do with their money. And now he's claiming that he's got nothing to do with it. And he's now writing to the courts every 10 minutes, trying to get out of his motion to dismiss. He's wrote to the court. So what have we done? Well, all his court filings, we've actually put them all together so you can actually read it in one place. And he can't hide behind the fact that he used to even have an email address called GoliathVenturesinc.com. These guys. So look, wake up, people. These are co-conspirators from a scam that lost $425 million. Now we've got, as I just showed you, all these Onyx Reserve people going after sports players, trying to get their hard-earned money to make a quick buck. Is there any proof out there that these guys are not using new investor money to pay old investors? And if you own Onyx Reserve and an investigative reporter was asking you that question, wouldn't you want to answer that promptly? They've made me wait 8 months to get a reply. I've only had a reply with them in the last 2 or 3 days, and they still haven't answered the questions.
One part of Eric McNeil's operation deserves particular attention. Professional athletes are central to both his business identity and the Onyx Reserve's credibility. Eric's YouTube profile states managing 60-plus pro athletes alongside the striking claim passive income of 5 to 7% every month. The current Onyx website similarly says its wealth-building strategies are trusted by everyone from working families to professional athletes and entertainers. The website also displays endorsements attributed to Zach Moss, Raleigh Webb, Andrew Adams, Dan Ige, Alex Barrett, Keelan Doss and Matt Bushman, alongside other investors and people associated with Eric's network.
Now, isn't that absolutely batshit crazy? Somebody from Sweden wants to talk to me. Shall I answer it? Sweden. Who rings me from Sweden? Hello, Danny speaking.
This call is from Visa Credit Card Department. We have received a charge of $900 on your Visa card for the purchase of Bitcoin.
Oh, this is a bit of fun, eh?
We find this transaction suspicious and we did not charge your card as you have never purchased or used crypto in the past.
Phew.
To cancel this...
Nope. I want to press 1, see what happens.
Please speak to representative.
Hello, this is Danny.
Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line and you'll be transferred to the next available agent.
Here we go. Just have a commercial break here, ladies and gentlemen, some entertainment. Got to keep them waiting, make it sound official. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how you doing? Are you there? G'day. Can you hear me okay?
Hello.
How you going?
Yes, I can hear.
Oh, good. Yeah, who am I speaking to?
Adam Wilson.
Hello, Adam. My name's Danny DeHeck. How are you going? Sorry, have I got the wrong number? I've just
a moment.
Sorry, thank you. They hang up. Oh my goodness. Anyway, any go get those phone numbers. I like to answer them up. Onyx Reserve is or a carbon copy of London House. Maybe it is. Anyway, carry on. Sorry guys, but yeah, I've got a phone number. I always like answering those ones live if I can. I don't get. I've got a new phone number, so when anyone rings me, I know I'm part of the scam. The website also displays endorsement Bob, I'm not today, mate. I'm busy. Bob, I'm busy. I'm doing a big thing.
Put me on with the scammer.
Hey?
Is that Danny the Heck guy?
Yeah. Are they talking about me, are they? I'm in the middle of something now, mate. I'm live. Just,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
They talked about that Danny the Heck guy.
Oh, did they? So what Bob's talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is I have done another 150 emails out to the Novacast IPTV people, telling them that we're investigating them and they need to cease and desist. So now they're talking about me, are they? So that's great. Wonder what happens.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I just received a...
Yeah, they're trying to put out a corporate email.
Did you see the one I replied to? Obviously, that was you doing Proton Mail.
No, that wasn't me.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know who you were talking about.
Did you see my reply to all those email addresses? Do you enjoy that? I thought that might... well, obviously, if you've seen the reply, I don't know who it was. Some person, which is absolutely fantastic.
They're trying to say, well, we're going to get car dealerships to sign up for this.
Yeah, no, it's cool. McNeil, here we go. So we've got McNeil turning Palm Beach into a playground for the elite. Oh, that's great.
So they're hilarious. Like, they're like, yeah, don't worry about Danny the Heck. I'm like, I can't wait till the pay processor goes down.
Well, I actually have talked to Stripe, and they've come back and actually said that they want more information. So I said, well, here's the 145 email addresses, and all these people have signed up using their credit card. So you'll be able to track individuals from their name, their phone number, and their names. And they've come back and said to me, "That's thank you very much for that information." They will now pass it on to their fraud department. So it's only a matter of time, because that's brilliant. So I'm absolutely wrapped with that, to be honest. So that's going to be really exciting.
Oh, it's going to be the greatest meeting when we attend that one. Like, we don't know what happened to the pay processor.
Yeah.
And all our commissions were seized by Stripe.
Yeah, no, it's going to be
going on,
okay.
Scotty?
What the hell is this thing? Yeah.
And I found Bobby Buck from Vibe. He's in this. And 26 people from Certainty Team. Remember that old one?
Are they still live at the moment?
No, they stopped. Because he apparently had another meeting at 10:30.
They're freaking out, man. That's the truth of the matter.
I mean, what the hell do we do about Danny the Heck? He knows better. Like the one guy like texted me. He's like, well, the jig is up. Like, we reported you. I'm like, okay, great.
Yeah. That's cool. All right, better carry on, mate. I've got a live one coming at the moment. I'm just trying to bypass an advert. I don't know why I've got pictures of scatty woman. Side swipe. I don't know how to do that. Oh, I see. I don't know. I can't get past that advert, somebody. All right, mate, I've got to carry on. But that's good news, mate. You're on the fight while I'm
I
doing
recorded it.
Good on you, mate.
I was having trouble recording, but I got the end part.
Yep.
So
that's cool.
I'll send that over.
All right, buddy. That's cool. So, all right, I will actually try and put that advert there again, because I will keep this evidence, because sometimes all these links that come in while we're doing live recordings are handy. But obviously I don't want to do the adverts.
And I had luckily saved also 5 affiliates as a PDF, so they can't put, whoa, their info wasn't never up there. It's like, yeah, it was. And Bobby Buck actually has his thing. And one guy is a stupid. He's running a foundation. I found him.
Oh, that's crazy. I mean, I don't know. They're actually batshit crazy. If we had all the, I mean, it's sort of a small scam, but a funny scam. But if it is quite interesting. All right, Bob, as much as I love you, I've got to carry on because it's
all right,
I'm in the middle of the stuff, man. But good on you. All right. See you, Bob. Bye.
Bye.
So Bob's our guy that goes where no man has been before. Look, all these names I read out just before. If you are one of these athletes and you have invested in not Goliath Ventures, in Onyx Reserve, we want to hear from you. We want to help you. We work for the victims, and we're not saying you are a victim, but we do want to hear from you. If you've been receiving consistent money, or maybe you're hyper compounding your money and they're telling you to keep your money on the platform because it'd be silly to withdraw. We've heard it all before. So it's brilliant. 2 former usernames. What have we got here, Suze? We've got Intel coming in live, and I don't want to miss this video because this will be the cornerstone video for the investigation that we've just done. But what we have got here is another screenshot that was meant to mean something. In here, beware of potential scams. So former usernames, Onyx House. Beware of potential scams. People may send links to try to steal things like money, passwords. To be more safe, you can review public info about your account before opening any link. Don't link. Do not link. Joint 2000. Now these names down the bottom here, I have no idea who they are. We Build and PXL Group, based in the US. Onyx House. Onyx House Miami. I don't know what that. If I was to search for that, Onyx. I think we did this yesterday. Onyx House Miami, is it? Miami. Miami. Alrighty. So Onyx House Miami. And what is it? There's another domain name, right? So here's another domain name, Onyx House Miami, and this doesn't exist anymore. So the first thing we do is there's things you can do when you're searching for stuff. If you put something in the speech marks, you'll find every reference to these names here. So I've just put that in speech marks. Then now we've got Google Gemini doing a bit of search on it. And this was something we looked at briefly yesterday. And it talks about their club that they had. And as we've shown you before, there was a Onyx House Miami, which is similar to London Club. Is that what we're getting at?
Onyx House Miami is an exclusive social club in South Florida that blends elite networking, investment opportunities, and a wellness center. Key features exclusive membership. Members get access to private dinners, yacht days, courtside events, and jet hangar mixes business and wellness. The club combines a high-performance wellness space with investment deal-making brand sponsorships. Brands can connect directly with creators, athletes, entertainers, and investors through tailored experiences. If you want, I can help you find more details on membership pricing or brand sponsorship packages.
Okay, so does any of you guys ever been pitched to go to Onyx House? Does sound very similar to another thing that we used to call. So look, I've just opened up a whole lot of those things. We can't reach that one, 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 can't reach that one. Oh, here we go. What have we got here? Ultimate Business Networking. And you can actually, now we've got places that you can go. Instagram, let's have a look at that. We're going to be going down rabbit holes here in real time. Cheap domain name has expired. Onyx House Miami. So what you can do, ladies and gentlemen, is you can literally go to archive.org. You can chuck it in there and have a wee look and see what happens. While that's loading, I'm just going to go and shut down all these other ones. Hurricane Electrical Services, no idea what that is. No idea what that is. But you can actually see by the information, there's nothing there either. But what I'm getting at, guys, is you come down here and you can actually see pictures of events where Eric is in these events, and you can see the Onyx House Miami. So this is all you need to see. Now, this is Onyx House Miami, and then you've got these sports players, and obviously this is historical information. But now we can open it up and we go to town. So this is what we call open source intelligence. We can see sponsors, all this sort of carry on going on. But let's not go down a rabbit hole. But anyway, London House does come to mind, just saying. And we could probably just keep on going down that track. But as you see, I've actually got domain names, and we've got that mentioned in one of the domain names. Anyway, let's carry on. So as I said, if you are one of those sports players, do reach out to us. You have every right to ask for your money back from the Onyx Reserve. And my opinion is they are running a Ponzi scheme. And that's my opinion, and you can have your opinion, but you can look through the evidence that we've got here and the evasion of answering our questions, which would actually help clear up a lot of information. So my point is here, and I'll say it over and over again if I have to, these guys have had 8 months to answer our questions. They've only come back and give us their opinion. They haven't provided any facts to any of their claims. Now they're claiming that they are using a hedge fund for investments. So that means you might as well go straight to the hedge fund, miss out the Onyx Reserve people in the middle, make yourself a whole lot more money. Why won't they name the fund? Well, who do we know that might have been providing other investment opportunities recently? Several testimonies specifically reference investment performance. There's the NFL player, what's his name?
Keelan Doss
is quoted describing fantastic investment returns. So, Keelan Doss, you are obviously an investor for them to use that on their website. And then you've also got
Rally Webb.
Rally Webb refers to the money I've made with him. Another testimony describes consistent returns, high monthly returns, and Eric's fund being the game changer for an investment family investment strategy. For an investor family investment strategies. Now, this is going to be a massive blog. The testimonials do not independently prove investment performance. Testimonials are marketing representations. If you read their disclaimers, they'll say completely different to their testimonials. They will say that you can lose all your money. No audited financial statements. Why don't they have testimonials from auditors? Like, I won't even give you an example, but they demonstrate how investment returns and personal relations are being used to establish credibility. One name in particular significant, and that's Dan Alge. Dan Alge?
Dan Alge.
Dan Alge. What am I going to say? Onyx currently features the UFC fighter in a testimony describing Eric as a, what do they call him?
A pivotal figure.
In his life and career as phasing the introduction opportunities Eric brought him. That matters because Alge is also the fighter at the center of the event of,
Randy Couture.
Randy Couture to invest in McNeil. So, yeah, look, there he is. There's photos on the website. Here, it doesn't talk anything about financial stuff. It just talks about networking. According to a Couture account presented by CoffeeZilla, Eric approached, I can't say that name. Ige, while the young fighter was considering his own how to invest his earnings. Couture became concerned about the position to consult people he trusted, and eventually spoke to Eric himself by gathering the information. So I can't urge enough. It's on the other screen here looking at me right now. But look, there's a whole video here where he talks about this, and I'm going to play this again.
I'm going to call that a lie. That's a big old whopper if I've ever heard one. 100% a year for 4 straight years. That would make Eric one of the most successful fund managers ever.
Right. Now listen to this, guys.
This is Randy Couture. He's a UFC Hall of Famer about to expose a huge scammer.
I don't look good in orange, Randy. I look good in black, right? And so I'm not going to do anything stupid that, mess with that.
The craziest part was all of this was an accident. Eric McNeil is an influencer and investor who lives a fancy lifestyle with Lamborghinis, helicopters. He claims to make 5 to 10% a year with his Onyx fund. And you could put your money in too. He was primarily targeting professional athletes, but no one really knew exactly what he was pitching.
So isn't that cool? So anyway, according to Couture account, I'm going to have to read it because I've lost my flow, but let's carry on.
Presented by CoffeeZilla, Eric approached Ige while the younger fighter was considering how to invest his earnings. Couture became concerned enough about the proposition to consult people he trusted, and eventually speak with Eric himself. While gathering information, I need to be precise, I have not established that Dan Ige invested in an Onyx fund, and his current testimonial does not say that he did.
Yep, so we've got no proof that he invested in the fund. However, he's still got a testimonial on the website, which I think is unusual.
But the connection is important because Eric has previously described athletes as a deliberate target market.
Right, now I've got to see who's knocking at the door, so I'm just going to read this here and hopefully I'll be back in a few seconds.
In a 2023 interview, Eric discussed building databases containing thousands of athlete contacts, conducting extensive outreach through social media and moving prospects through emails, webinars and ultimately onto his calendar. He also described using cars, watches, courtside seats, yachts and travel to attract attention before directing prospects towards his financial opportunities. The Randy Couture recording demonstrates how valuable an established athlete could potentially become within that network. Eric discussed paying Couture 5% annually on investor capital he introduced. Using $1 million of referred capital as an example, Eric explained that Couture could receive $50,000 per year. He also recognized the credibility Couture himself could provide, telling him prospective investors would see that Randy, you're in it and you vouch for it.
Right. Sorry about that, guys. We're dog babysitting. And the guys just, you tell people you're a live streamer, they have no idea what you're talking about. But yeah, so you've got that there. And I'm going to read this next paragraph so I can figure out where I'm up to.
That is why the athlete network matters. An athlete can potentially bring more than capital. They bring teammates, managers, agents, business contacts, followers, and credibility. And when Onyx surrounds its investment proposition with professional athlete testimonials, those relationships become part of the way prospective investors assess the people asking for their money. The financial question, however, remains much simpler. What investment activity generated the returns being promoted, and can those returns be independently verified? I would welcome Zach Moss, Raleigh Webb, Andrew Adams, Dan Ige, Alex Barrett, Keelan Doss, Matt Bushman, or anyone else whose testimonial appears in Onyx Reserve's marketing to contact me and explain their experience.
I think that's really, really important. We've just had some interesting filings, which Susie's just mentioned in the chat room, which is really, really cool. I don't want to do a blog about it, but it's basically $13 million have been filed by the IRS for Goliath Ventures, which is obviously our baby. I would love to know exactly why they've done that. So the IRS filed a $13 million proof of claim against Goliath Ventures' bankrupt case. So I presume that is where people have invested in Goliath Ventures and now they're claiming that they have lost money and want to claim the business investment tax back, which means that investors theoretically are claiming that they're not going to be paying tax on $13 million worth of money they would have potentially be paying tax on. Is that right? Something like that. But it's interesting to see a $13 million claim by the IRS for Goliath Ventures. And I'm not saying that this is connected to these guys, but these guys are, look, I don't care if you sue me. I have no qualms about that whatsoever. I didn't even realize that Goliath Ventures had actually sued me yesterday. And the reason I say that is I'm a New Zealander and we don't sue people in New Zealand. And the thing is that I had been sued by Goliath Ventures because being sued is where somebody actually lodges a lawsuit against you. So I don't care if the Onyx Reserve wants to sue me. Now, the chances of them suing me are probably quite high, but at the end of the day, I have nothing to lose. I have nothing to really gain either, other than helping people who are investors not get lose their money to these financial things. Now, the point is people go, well, why do you do this? And I go, well, why do I do this? Because it's not right. And why can't these guys and why do these guys sue people like me for exposing them when I ask them questions that they should be able to answer? Their answer is often threatening. They've already threatened me in a way where they've actually told me to take this article down. They don't want to be exposed. But why don't these guys want to prove that they're not, why don't they answer my questions? And why don't you guys who have got money invest in these things? Because this is what happened at the start when I did my first investigation on Goliath Ventures. The first thing I haven't got with this one, I haven't got a contract. I would love to receive a contract. Redact your name from it. Give us the contract. Let us scrutinize it. Because we will find lots of red flags, I'm sure. If these guys are legitimate and they're running a legitimate business that can make 100% profit in 4 years in a row, then why not provide us the information? Everybody will be running to you guys and asking for investments. Instead, I'm probably going to get another lawsuit or get sued again. What Onyx Reserve is offering today. The current Onyx Reserve website makes an investment proposition clear. Onyx describes itself as an investment fund offering both passive income strategies and venture growth opportunities. Its marketing presents 3 areas: passive income, ventures, and real estate. Okay, 3 things now. We've narrowed it down. But if you go back to Eric's first offering, whether he's 50% partner of the Onyx Reserve, not to be mistaken as Onyx Reserve, you know, they've narrowed it down. Or have they decided not to focus on what the red flags are easy to be flapping at? And now we'll go to real estate like Grant Cardone and do the same thing he's done, because he looks like he's making a lot of money. And we'll just tell people that's what we're doing. That's what these guys do, guys. Ask for proof. You are an investor. You have every right to ask the questions. Maybe me as an investigative journalist doesn't get the right to ask these questions. And then if I do, what happens? Well, I get sued. I get sued for asking questions that you guys should have asked at the start. Under passive income, prospective investors are offered stable, consistent, passive cash flow. Venture opportunities are described as providing venture upside paired with passive quarterly distributions. So we mentioned that, we showed you that on the website. The real estate position is now particularly important because Eric McNeil says that Onyx has exited its previous strategy as a focus exclusively on real estate. So everything else they were doing in the past has now moved to real estate. And all of a sudden they're raving successes at it. Onyx promotes Affiliates partnerships as providing access to luxury properties at substantial discounts. And this is breathtaking. Tommy Shields now clarified exactly what the advertised 30 to 40% discount means. Now think about this, guys. The realtor on the blueprint says that this apartment, let's just make up figures, is worth $1 million. This is what this apartment's going to be worth. But he is now telling us that he's managed to negotiate a deal with the guy that is going to give 30 to 40% discount. And he's going to sell that apartment to you guys for $600,000. And the 40% there has been just a big discount. According to Tom, Onyx is negotiating acquisitions approximately 30 to 40% below developer list price. He is, now let's just put that in perspective. Now the developer has basically said it's worth $1 million and these guys are going to buy it for $600,000. That's what we're getting, isn't it? He's not claiming that every property has been independently appraised at 30 to 40% below fair market value. No. Now that is important distinguish, and I have updated this investigation accordingly. So this just 4 hours ago was actually published completely different. A discount against developer list prices does not necessarily establish I'm going to have to read this because I don't want to get it wrong, but read the whole paragraph. Let's go.
A discount against developer list price does not necessarily establish an equivalent discount against the property's actual market value. Investors therefore still need to understand the purchase price, comparable sales, financing, incentives and independent valuation of the underlying property.
Yeah. Big claims require extraordinary evidence. Tom has also clarified another major figure appearing in Onyx recent marketing. And we're going to show you this because it's breathtaking.
The claimed $21 million plus in luxury real estate represents the aggregate contracted purchase price / property value of 4 units across Colette, Opus and Viceroy.
So technically speaking, if I'm reading this right, and I'm not an investigator, I'm not a realtor, but they're claiming that they've purchased $21 million worth of property, that potentially, if you took 30 to 40% discount, are we not saying that this, I don't even know how to work that out mathematically, but is it $21 million worth of property before or after the discount? And that's what they're claiming they have purchased. So let's get this right.
It does not represent $21 million of investor capital raised or deployed.
Yeah, and that as it says, again, that clarification matters. So let's get into this. I mean, let's just say I'm willing to put everything on the line, which I don't have anything. And these guys are making outrageous claims that we're now asking them to clarify their wording And then we're going to look at the newsletter that he sent out to his prospective people that have been advertising with Onyx Reserve for years, never had a problem, no one's complained, no one's squawking, and all of a sudden we're now switching what we used to be able to do for no apparent reason, and now we're going to be doing real estate stuff over here, and already we're raving success. But we're going to ask those questions.
The remaining financial questions are therefore more specific. Which entities are purchasing the 4 units? How much investor equity is being deployed? What financing is involved? What economic interest belongs to Onyx investors, and how will those assets be valued? The website also states that Onyx Reserve Fund is a private investment vehicle offered pursuant to Regulation D, Rule 506(c), to accredited investors only.
Right, so only accredited people can afford to lose money to this investment opportunity. Is that is that where we're going with this one? I don't know. Susie's given me another link here. What have we got? Let's see. CG Global Sports, acquiring athletes, legend behind the game, the last wealth through exclusive real estate. And here we go. So this must be one of the I'm assuming this is the best real estate athletes will ironically properties. So explore more. Let's see where we're going to go. We're going to look at this. So these are the 4 properties that these guys, I believe, may have invested in. Are we looking at that? Is this what we're doing? Turn your name, image, and likeness into prime real estate equity. Oh my God, I love you, Susie. Where do you find this stuff? Athletes. Oh my God, why do we have to be an athlete to invest? Is that because we go after the money?
Elite athletes hold cultural and commercial influence that traditional marketing dollars can't replicate. CG Global helps athletes convert that influence into exclusive access to high-value real estate opportunities without requiring upfront capital. We work directly with top luxury developers to structure athlete-aligned real estate opportunities, where your personal brand unlocks incentives such as significant purchase discounts, profit participation, preferred unit access. In select cases, residence for marketing structures. Instead of spending cash, athletes contribute strategic marketing alignment, such as brand association, limited social content, and curated appearances, while CG Global manages every aspect of the transaction.
Oh my God, I'm going to have a field day with this one. But what I'm doing now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just doing the basic starts of an investigation. And now what we're going to just do, first of all, there's nothing in the Wayback Machine, which means this company. So now what we're going to do is just going to come here, right? I'm going to get distracted, but boy, I do this good. So I'd like to start. I would like to start another investigation into this company. I don't know anything about them. I do believe it may be connected to the Onyx Reserve, but I'm not entirely sure. So far, the domain name is, okay, so now we've got the domain name, right? And we're going to, it redirects to, so far on the Wayback Machine, it says, alrighty, I just want to actually see. So the Wayback Machine's got nothing for us. The URL scan, don't know why, but lately it hasn't been doing my scanning, recent scans. So, hold it, redirects. Let's go to here. So what do we have so far? We have that domain name. We have this as copy as a website. The website text. All right. And now we'll go to, stop it. Right. Now what have we got to, okay. So then we've got, I'll just get this here going. Structure. Does that go have to, oh my God, do I have to do all this? How it works. So select all, boom. And now we need to go to each one of these, how it works, access, how it works. I'm just going to do a mini investigation, get in touch. So we're going to have access, alignment. Oh my goodness, this is batshit crazy. I mean, this is exciting for us just to find stuff like this. Alignment. So what does alignment mean? I have to go to alignment. Oops, did I get that then? I don't know if I did. No, I didn't. Got to be quick. Got to be quick. Alignment, copy. Got that one. We're going to read all this because this will become important one day because we'll put this into our little database here. Oops, no. Can we get that? Copy, maybe. Let's see if we've got that one. And we'll just see what it spits out for us because if it's got any knowledge on this domain name, it will be worthwhile us documenting it now before this website disappears if it does. Have we found this connected to Onyx already, have we? That's what I'm interested in. We do real-time investigations here. Right, so now we've got that. The news. So who are these people here? They don't link through to anything. Athletes. So is this the news? Right, so we'll put that photo in there as well. Right, and we'll go back to the start. What do we have on this opportunity so far? And I'm going to go back and we'll just, stop that, Deanie, stop it. You started this, Susie. All right, so now we're going to go down to this page here. So far, when you click on more information, it goes to this URL. All right, so let's see what we've got. Just killed that, but never mind. I should do it. Remotes, hello. Yes, so let's carry on anyway. So the remaining questions, I don't know if I've read this, and my apologies if I have, but let's read this while we're listening.
The remaining financial questions are therefore more specific. Which entities are purchasing the 4 units? How much investor equity is being deployed? What financing is involved? What economic interest belongs to Onyx investors and how will those assets be valued? The website also states that Onyx Reserve Fund is a private investment vehicle offered pursuant to Regulation D, Rule 506(c) to accredited investors only. That provides useful regulatory context, but investors should understand that relying on a Regulation D exemption does not mean the SEC has approved the investment, verified its performance or endorsed its managers. The same principle applies to Onyx's marketing. Terms such as proven results, stable, consistent passive cash flow, and substantial property discounts are claims investors should examine against the underlying financial evidence.
Interesting enough, I've seen that Ferrari in other people's magazine and things, haven't we? Who's in here? We've got this guy. What have we got? Here we go.
In 18 months' time. So we found a real niche. If you're looking to invest in we'd love to talk to you guys. It's a safe return for us because the
who's that guy? That looked like
bringing the buyers and the deal.
Look, this is crazy. Let's have a look first. Let's see. Followed by, look at this, guys. Followed by Tommy. Here you go. So if we went to Tommy's, page here, if we went back to Tommy's, right? I don't know if you noticed earlier on, but there was a red Ferrari. Here it is here. I don't know if this is the same red Ferrari that we just saw drive away. The plates have been, I don't know why you have to cover the plates of the car up. But there we go. We'd actually have a look at those plates there. I can't quite see them, but let's go back to this one here. And let's have a look at this one and see if it's got the same plates. Oh, we're not going to see the license plate number. Here we are. So we go back a little bit. Let's have a look. Okay, so that's Florida plates. Okay, 39 was the 39. I don't know if you can see that's Florida plates. I'm just curious if that's his car. He got married. That's nice. And let's see if we get that car. We've got other cars here. There he is. Is that a McLaren? I don't know. That lady needs to put some pants on. What have we got here? McLaren. Anyway, interesting. So let's go back to what we've got so far. Let's have a look and see if there's any connection here with what we're doing. I'll actually get it read until we get bored, and then we'll stop. But it's always good when we chuck in new information and see what we've come up with so far.
Yes. There is already enough here to justify opening a separate CG Global Sports investigation, and there is one particularly interesting connection that makes the Onyx Reserve angle worth pursuing. But I would not yet state that CG Global Sports is connected to Onyx Reserve as a fact.
All right.
What CG Global Sports appears to be. CG Global Sports presents itself as a middleman between professional athletes and luxury property
nice
developers.
To see you here,
Its stated
Marie.
model is unusual. Instead of an athlete necessarily paying full market value for a property, the athlete can provide their name, image, likeness, social media exposure and appearances in exchange for discounts, preferred access or other economic benefits. That is not merely marketing language. CG Global has published a remarkably detailed proposal showing how it says one of these transactions could work. For an E11 even Miami example, CG Global proposes a $10 million property with 35% discount, reduced price of $6.5 million, $650,000 deposit, 3 social media posts, an athlete showroom appearance, a cocktail dinner event, press coverage, campaign marketing using the athlete's name. CG Global describes the $3.5 million discount as instant equity. That language immediately caught my attention because it is remarkably close to the territory we have already been examining around athletes, discounted luxury real estate and investment economics. The company is extremely new. This is probably our strongest starting fact. Florida corporate records show CG Global Sports LLC, document number L2600821819, filed 20th May 2026, status active. Principal address, 1700 Palm Beach Lakes Belvede 700, West Palm Beach, Florida 3401. The sole manager currently disclosed by Florida is Chris Vidal, 13342 Machiavelli Way, Palm Beach Gardens, Florida 33418. So we are not dealing with a company with years of operational history. It was incorporated only about 3 months ago.
Oh.
That fits very neatly with what you discovered on Wayback. No meaningful historical archive currently appears for the website. Interestingly, the CG Global website itself carries 2025 CG Global Sports on its E11 even proposal, despite the Florida LLC not being formed until May 2026. That doesn't necessarily prove anything improper. There could have been a predecessor operation or informal business, but it gives us a very straightforward question. Open quote, what exactly was CG Global Sports in 2025 if CG Global Sports LLC wasn't incorporated until May 2026? Close quote. Chris Vidal is important. Chris Vidal doesn't appear to be somebody who came out of nowhere. He is the founder and CEO of ASM Sports, an established athlete recruitment sports organization. ASM's own material identifies Vidal as its founder and CEO. A 2022 report says ASM Sports Group was founded in 2018 by Ernie Els, Piet Peters, and Chris Vidal. It describes Vidal as having previously worked as a sports recruitment advisor to organisations including the International Olympic Committee, World Golf Foundation, and Team Great Britain. This becomes particularly important because CG Global explicitly claims an ASM Sports partnership. Its E11 even proposal says it has, open quote, plus 2,500 athletes across 20 plus sports via ASM Sports partnership. Close quote, and lists a huge collection of famous athletes as supposedly available through its network. So at least one portion of the apparent athlete access has a plausible explanation. Chris Vidal already controls or leads an athlete-focused organisation. There is another strong corporate link. CG Global Sports uses 1700 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard 700 West Palm Beach as its corporate address. ASM Sports is also publicly associated with 1700 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, West Palm Beach. So CG Global Sports appears very closely tied operationally to ASM Sports, not merely partnered with it. The website contains much more than the public athlete page. This is where the investigation gets considerably more interesting. Search indexing has exposed pages that aren't immediately obvious from the page you pasted, including for investors, for developers, dashboard athlete proposal E11 even, Mandarin No 66 Edgeworth 1428 Brickell Bentley. Those pages are currently indexed as part of CG Global's website structure. That tells us the business is considerably broader than simply, open quote, we help athletes buy discounted condos. Close quote. There is explicitly a for investors section, developer-specific material and individual project proposal pages. We need to pull every one of those apart. The E11 Even proposal is a gold mine. CG Global describes a proposed relationship involving Luis Suarez and E11 Even Miami. It calls Suarez the open quote proposed athlete partner, close quote, and argues that he could potentially bring access to Messi, Busquets, Alba and other Inter Miami players for events. But there is an extremely important distinction we need to maintain. A proposal naming an athlete is not evidence that the athlete has agreed to participate. The same applies to the extraordinary athlete list displayed by CG Global. The website says its network includes people such as Cristiano Ronaldo, Neymar, Lewis Hamilton, Novak Djokovic, Carlos Alcaraz, Lando Norris, Usain Bolt, Harry Kane, Luka Modric, Ronaldinho, Maria Sharapova, and others. Our first investigative question should therefore be, what does available athlete actually mean? Does CG Global have a contractual relationship with these athletes? Does ASM? Is it merely capable of approaching them? Are they represented by third parties with whom ASM has contacts? Or has CG Global simply identified athletes it believes it could pitch? That distinction is massive. The in the news section needs careful treatment. I would flag this immediately. Your screenshot shows, open quote, athletes buying in our key markets, close quote, followed by stories concerning Messi, Charles Leclerc, Beckham, Pierre Gasly, and others. The presentation could easily give a casual visitor the impression that these purchases demonstrate CG Global's deal-making history. But the wording is carefully chosen. It doesn't actually say, open quote, CG Global arranged these deals, close quote. It says athletes are buying in our key markets. That distinction needs documenting because none of the material we have so far establishes that CG Global was responsible for Messi's purchases, Beckham's Miami property, Leclerc's condo, or the other news stories. Those may simply be third-party examples demonstrating athlete demand for Miami property.
Oh my God.
That isn't necessarily improper, but the presentation certainly strengthens the appearance of an established athlete property operation. There is a very interesting timing issue. Some of CG Global's site assets are named with apparent screenshot dates, such as screenshot 2026-0217 and screenshot 2026-0223. That suggests material for this project was already being assembled around February 2026, yet CG Global Sports LLC wasn't formed until 20th of May 2026. Again, that may have a perfectly ordinary explanation, but it gives us a useful preliminary timeline. February 2026, website project material apparently being created. May 20th, 2026, CG Global Sports LLC Incorporated. August 2026, website now operating and being indexed. That helps narrow
the images
down
are coming
when this
from
operation
a
actually began. Now, the Onyx Reserve connection. This is where I think your instinct is reasonable. From the Onyx material we've already been investigating,
goodness.
the recurring claims
These
included
images don't even
athletes,
come from their own
entertainment
website.
figures, discounted luxury property and real estate transactions, where athlete involvement supposedly creates unusual economics. CG Global is describing almost precisely that business model. Open quote, athlete brand influence luxury developments, significant discounts below market acquisition profit participation, structured resale marketing in exchange for equity/economic benefits. Close
Look
quote.
at this.
CG Global's developer page says it works in Miami and Dubai and claims current relationships involving Gem Miami, Viceroy Fort Lauderdale, Olara Palm Beach, and Dolce & Gabbana Residences Miami. The overlap is therefore conceptually very strong. But searches so far have not produced a direct public reference connecting CG Global Sports, Chris Vidal, Eric McNeil, Tommy Shields, or the Onyx Reserve. So right now I would classify this as possible connection.
Okay.
Unproven. Not Onyx Reserve Company.
I'm live.
What I find most
Sorry.
interesting so far, there are 5 things I would put at the top of our evidence board. 1. CG Global Sports LLC is only 3 months old. That contrasts sharply with the scale and sophistication of the operation being presented. 2. The website claims access to an extraordinary athlete network. We need to establish what access, relationship, and available athlete actually mean. 3, Chris Vidal provides a genuine pathway into the athlete world through ASM Sport. That means we shouldn't dismiss the athlete claims simply because they look
All right, guys, I think you get the idea. We've gone down a rabbit hole there. But look, this is how we start these investigations. We will keep an eye on this one. We're not saying it's a scam. We can't say it's a scam, but obviously we can look at all the images of the website actually point back to a super base storage unit. So the images aren't even hosted on their own website. They all point back to a storage thing, which isn't suspicious in itself. We've taken all the screenshots. We've chucked them into AI. We'll keep an eye on this. But this looks like, to me, at first glance, what we're finding is somebody else has started up an investment opportunity, extraordinary claims, and it looks like they are white labeling the service or potentially offering it to their investors. And when we look at something like this, extraordinary claims, I mean, if you've been pitched this, to me, it's just batshit crazy. And everything you need to do is caution. I mean, you know, when this marketing comes out here, so let's have a look through this. They're obviously going to develop and build that. Who are these individuals? What association do they have, if any, to Onyx Reserve? We've already shown you that Tommy's connected to this somehow, even if he's just, you know, following what they're doing, and it's probably the same. So, you know, if you think about what we've done here, we're asking these guys, if we go back to our investigation and forget everything that's just been distractedly put in front of me, it's like, you know, it's absolutely batshit crazy. But here, Onyx Reserve is now telling us that they are investing in real estate. They listed 4 properties in their portfolio. They're claiming they've purchased, I'm sure I'm right about this, $21 million worth of properties. We have asked them for proof of what they've purchased. They haven't provided it as far as I'm aware. It's just absolutely batshit crazy. So they have said it doesn't, so $21 million in investors' capital raised or deployed, we asked. Again, that clarification is important. They're telling us the type of investment they're offering, but they're not telling us anything about the investment. We've discovered who it theoretically could be.
The remaining financial questions are therefore more specific. Which entities are purchasing the 4 units? How much investor equity is being deployed? What financing is involved? What economic interest belongs to Onyx investors, and how will those assets be valued? The website also states that Onyx Reserve Fund is a private investment vehicle offered pursuant to Regulation D, Rule 506(c), to accredited investors only. That provides useful regulatory context, but investors should understand that relying on a Regulation D exemption does not mean the SEC has approved the investment, verified its performance, or endorsed its managers.
Yeah, so the same principle applies to the Onyx marketing. So, you know, oh my goodness. I mean, to us, this is just another day in the park, but it's just like, you know, it's disgusting because these guys they can't just take people's money and claim they're doing something with it. I mean, just first glance, red flags are flying off the screen and causing a massive
terms such as proven results, stable, consistent passive cash flow, and substantial property discounts are claims investors should examine against the underlying financial evidence. Onyx says its new direction provides greater visibility and control over identifiable real estate assets. That may prove to be an important distinction from its historical strategy, but ultimately, the real estate needs to stand on its own numbers. What was purchased, what was paid, who owns it, how it was financed, and what returns it actually produces. That is the evidence prospective investors need to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's not rocket science. Credibility infrastructure around Onyx Reserve. So, you know, we're sick of this, guys. We're sick and tired of you guys stealing people's money. And I'm going to say this is a Ponzi scheme. If you can't provide us the information we request, then what the hell are you doing giving investment advice to
The credibility infrastructure around Onyx Reserve, one of the strongest themes running through the Onyx Reserve's current marketing, is institutional credibility. The website presents Eric McNeil as president and Tom Shields as senior investor relations, alongside business development staff, relationship managers, advisors, and investor relations personnel. Most significantly, Avesta is named as fund administration. Eric has now specifically addressed that relationship He says Avesta has had access to the fund's banking and investment accounts and provides investor reporting, including K1 access through investor portals.
Far out. I just think it's disgusting. I just, like, hey, look, I've got no money to invest. I've got no money in my life. Maybe I should just do this sort of stuff for a living and promote this crap to people.
That is relevant information and provides more context than was available when I originally began asking questions. But the distinction between administration and independent verification remains important. A third-party fund administrator can perform accounting, reporting and administrative functions without necessarily auditing the underlying investment manager or independently authenticating every performance claim communicated to investors. That distinction becomes particularly relevant following Eric's latest explanation that Onyx was not the underlying trader in its historical strategy.
Yeah, just got to go back to this because it's just, I know I shouldn't be playing Coffee's video, but I know Coffee well enough. He won't tell me off, but it's, have a listen
You
to this.
guys raised, how does this work?
Yeah, no, great question. So my background, 15.
I think we heard that. I just wanted to go to some other part. This is the guy who's done the really good investigation here. Poker Face as not Crypto G, CoffeeZilla has done really well.
Yeah, I really appreciate Randy admitting this, and that's why it's so important for people like Randy to look out for others, because he himself was helped too. He knows firsthand people can be taken advantage of for their lack of knowledge, and luckily, his team helped him spot the red flags and sent it to people who could try to stop Eric in the future. And so they recorded it and sent it off. But I'll be honest, they did not send it to me. At first, they actually sent it to Hindenburg Research. You may remember them as...
Yeah, so that's who they researched it originally. This is it here.
I had noticed they were being sued in a massive class action for, quote, structuring and legally endorsing the Goliath joint venture enterprise. They were accused of legal malpractice and constructive fraud. And all of these connections to an exposed Ponzi scheme were impossible to ignore. I'm not saying they're directly connected, but they're using a lot of the same people. So I reached out to Eric to give him an opportunity to respond. Immediately, though, he blocked me on Instagram, but I wasn't deterred. I started digging into this cold case file. I found Eric's key claim to be trading Bitcoin. Specifically, he offered to send these trades and said they were audited.
So we have reviewed financials that you can put, I believe I sent you the whole data room. You could click on our whole audited numbers that we pulled directly from Binance. So you'll have the last 4 years of every single trade. So there's about 850 trades.
Now that is a huge claim, and audits are famously done to prove something is legitimate and not faked. So I took a look at the trades, and we can see who reviewed the transactions. It says David Rosenbaum, a CPA.
So here's David Rosenbaum, the CPA, audited those results. Right, we can't expose a company enough. So people go, well, if they were running a scam, then why don't they get stopped? And that's because we go after people at the top of the cliff, not the bottom of the cliff. And we need somebody who's lost their money to put a claim in first. So if you have got questions about your money, get it out of Onyx Reserve now. And if you get all your money out and you lose $100,000 because you took it out too early, because they're telling you you'd be silly to take your money out because the banks don't pay what we do, then you need to literally, pull their bluff, because otherwise they're going to take your money. And we don't want to sit here and be at the bottom of the cliff talking about another $400 million being scammed. But the distinction between administration and independent validation remains important. A third-party fund administrator can perform accounting, recording, and administrative functions without necessarily auditing the underlying investor's management or independently authenticating every performance claim communicated to investors. The distinction becomes, I'm going to just read this because I'm actually a bit hot. I might take my shirt off. But anyway, let's have a listen to this.
That distinction becomes particularly relevant following Eric's latest explanation that Onyx was not the underlying trader in its historical strategy. According to Eric, the performance information he communicated came from external partners and managers. Those parties have still not been identified to me. The Onyx website also makes broader credibility claims, including $100 of millions raised and managed across hedge funds, venture capital, and real estate opportunities, and nearly 50 years of capital advisory experience. Those statements may represent the combined historical experience of people associated with Onyx, rather than Onyx Reserve itself. Prospective investors should understand exactly what those figures represent.
Yeah, so that's interesting.
Let's say Kelpish wrote.
Amazing. One of my 3-year-old videos has got a legal complaint by somebody, which is a batshit crazy. Was it paused? Oh, it's a shame. Really do appreciate those people who pay me monthly. I always get disheartened when people pause their membership, but it really does make a difference, the money coming back in. I'm just having a look to make sure that we haven't received anything else from Eric since I've been doing this video, and I can't see anything there, so that's a shame. But anyway, so Onyx Reserve makes a broader statement claim that hundreds of millions of dollars and nearly 50 years of capital advisory experience. The statement may represent a combined historical experience of people associated with Onyx rather than Onyx Reserve itself. Now, I think that's really important to analyze here, because if they make these claims, is it going back to, what we said earlier on? I hate to do this to everybody, but I can't help but ignore it. If we go to my database, I'm actually going to go back to here. I'm going to go to there. I'm going to go to Onyx Reserve, which I think was down here somewhere. There it is, Onyx Reserve. And then we're going to go into persons of interest. And I'm guessing I'm probably going to be right here, but I can just about guarantee that I'm just going to link this opportunity to and also to these two. But if I went back to Eric McNeil and we looked at the other opportunities that he's promoted in the past, I mean, if you like, I don't even know how to explain it, but what I'm trying to say, and it's not even rocket science, but let's just go to my own website and I can make claims as well. When you go to my homepage of my website, I took my protection off my website today and it got taken down in a few heartbeats. But here we are. We've invested over 300 plus scams. Persons of interest we've got on our database is about 1,250 people. We have raided about 3,000 plus Zoom meetings. And here we are, fraud exposed, $3.4 billion. Now that's true and as factual as we can get it without even, but the fraud that I could expose, now I could put a disclaimer on here and say, well, okay, I've exposed fraud over the last 25 years. I was exposing Ponzi schemes when I was nappies. Who would say that is accurate? I mean, so if these guys are making claims on their website that they have, these, nearly 50 years of capital advisory experience, who is 50 years of age, who's been a financial advisor, you can make any claims you really want, but backing those claims up is going to be something that's going to be hard to do. But that doesn't mean anything. It's just marketing fluff. Those statements may represent a combined historical experience of people associated with Onyx Reserve rather than Onyx Reserve itself. Prospective investors should understand exactly what those figures absolutely represent. The same principle applies to advisors, athletes, administrators, lawyers, and other professionals appearing around the investment operation. Association is not validation. The professional-looking team page can create confidence, but investors still need to know who actually controls the assets, who prepares the financial statements, who verifies validations, who oversees compliance, and who independently verifies statements and performance. The performance is what you should be looking at. The distinction is particularly important because the Hindenburg material examined by CoffeeZilla raised serious questions about professional infrastructure surrounding historical operations. These claims that CoffeeZilla actually had were actually, if you look back a few seconds earlier, you can actually see the dates of these are 2023, 2022, and there was actually on the Onyx Reserve website, I actually found a place where I could actually go and look at statements, historical data, which I thought was amazing. And then there were downloadable PDFs that were, I'm just trying to find it on another screen. They were downloaded PDFs of historical, I don't even know how to say crap, but stuff I didn't think was contact. Yeah, I don't know if I actually saved those. I'll just have a quick look if I can find them. But I found all these PDFs. Oh, that's not going to help. PDFs, screens. So originally we did find when they were doing, we saw a PDF, right? And we saw this, this is where we got the PDF. Other things that we did find, transcript. We actually found one PDF, and we actually found the pitch deck. I think I might have even reconstructed this at the time, but this was their hedge funds, venture capital, the problems, the what else do we have here? Unfair advantage, banking, probably scare tactics again. The Onyx blueprint instead of white paper. We solve VS's budget problems, no cash, blah, blah, blah. 15% annual distributions. I don't know. What else have we got here? Closing window 12 months, raising 50 million, limited investor capabilities. Total fund raised $50 million. Allegation strategy, passive strategies, 40 to 60% early stage venture. So 50K minimum benefits. I mean, these are all our next steps, private access. This is their, their pitch deck. But I don't know what I did with it. But unfortunately, I don't know if I've done myself justice by recording everything that I do, because sometimes you need to sleep. Summary words, what have we got here? Exclusive, what we know. Sorry I didn't have that, but it would be neat to find some of the stuff, but I don't think we need it. How much evidence do you need to show caution and wave red flags? Others may provide administrative advice, introduction, or credibility. Investors need to know know which is which. You need to ask these questions now. Right, so this is the hero of the moment. CoffeeZilla would agree with me, I'm sure.
Randy Couture goes undercover. Randy Couture did not enter this story because he was looking for an investment fund. According to the material presented by CoffeeZilla, Couture became concerned after Eric McNeil approached UFC fighter Dan Ige about investment opportunities. Couture consulted trusted financial professionals before eventually speaking with Eric himself while gathering information. Eric believed he was speaking with a genuine prospective investor. During that conversation, Eric discussed the investment strategy, its performance, and what became an especially important part of the pitch, an ambassador arrangement. Eric told Couture he could receive 5% per year on investor capital he introduced. His example was straightforward. $1 million introduced into the fund could generate Couture $50,000 annually, paid throughout the year.
Eric also recognized Couture's value as social proof, explaining that his prospective investor could see, Randy, you're in it and you vouch for it. So, this is what they do. It's all about lifestyle marketing, and they know that Couture, his association, could bring in more people. So I just think it's disgusting they use these
Couture
marketing.
then questioned whether receiving compensation for bringing investors into the fund was legal. Eric said the ambassador agreement had been written by an SEC attorney, had been battle-tested and reviewed by SEC attorneys.
What's his name?
Then came the memorable line, "I don't look good in orange, Randy. I look good in black." Eric said he wasn't going to do anything stupid that could jeopardize him. Eric has since provided important new context about this conversation.
Here it goes. Let's read it.
He says that at the time, Onyx operated a fund of funds strategy and was not the underlying trader. According to Eric, the strategy and performance information he communicated to Couture had been provided by the external partners and managers Onyx worked with. Eric says Onyx has since ceased doing business with those parties and exited the historical strategy entirely. That explanation matters.
Now, my interpretation, if you cease doing business with people that you're claiming that you weren't, then what people have you ceased doing business with, and why did you cease doing business with them, especially when I'm alleging that they may have had some connection with Matt Burks and obviously Goliath Ventures. So what were they doing with who, and why did they stop if it was nothing shady at the time? Or obviously it's just something they don't want to be associated with. But let's not talk about the history. Let's look to the future.
That explanation matters, but it also makes the identity and performance of those underlying managers particularly important. because Eric was communicating the claimed results to someone he believed could become both an investor and a source of additional investor capital. Eric has also told me that he did not consent to the couture conversation being recorded or published, citing his understanding of Florida's recording laws. I record that objection as part of his right of reply for this investigation. However, the significance of the conversation is not simply that it was recorded.
Recorded. No, so isn't that crazy that he didn't consent to the recording being recorded? And here it is fully condemning him, and he still doesn't want to answer the recording even though it's fully exposed. I mean, so what's he going to do?
It is what Eric said while he believed he was speaking privately with a prospective investor, and Couture kept asking questions. What he and the investigators eventually obtained was supposed to provide something far more important than assurances: the trading records.
I mean, this is stupid. I mean, so he's saying that basically because he didn't have consent to, record him recording this information, that he doesn't have to answer the questions about the recording. I mean, this has been caught with your pants down, isn't it?
You start to follow, your candlesticks, whether it's green or red and which direction it's headed. And we don't want to anticipate where Bitcoin's going. We let Bitcoin tell us where it's going, right? It's very easy to track it.
Oh my God, listen to this.
Oh man, it's just so easy. Why didn't I think about that? You just have to, ask it where it's going. You don't anticipate. You let the Bitcoin tell you where.
Oh, I gotta love CoffeeZilla. Hope you don't mind me showing you a private video there, CoffeeZilla. I'm telling everyone to join your Patreon if that helps. But yeah. Look, no, working with people like CoffeeZilla, we don't work together. We don't do investigations together. He does his own stuff. And if I can help and he can help me, he does. And that's fantastic. But in the next few months, some major stuff's going to be happening to my world. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm putting everything into what we're doing. So I can't tell you what it is, but you'll see it on the internet in the not too distant future. So it is what Eric said while he believed he was speaking privately with a prospective investor. And Couture kept asking questions. And what he and the investigator eventually obtained was supposed, I had to read it, sorry.
Supposed to provide something far more important than assurances: the trading records.
Yeah, so the trading records that were supposedly he was using to give credit, basically it was stupid. He described approximately about 850 trades, saying the records had pulled directly from Binance and been reviewed. But reviewed by who? Those records should have provided evidence needed to test the performance claim. So why provide records if you can't use them to prove whatever you're saying? Instead, CoffeeZilla says that the material obtained through the Hindenburg research file raised serious questions. The document identified that CPA David Rosebaum in connection with reviewing the transactions. But when Hindenburg investigators contacted the person identified, the receiver, he reportedly responded, and this is what the receiver, the guy that's meant to have validated everything he said.
I have no idea how my name got on there. I don't even know who these people are.
Isn't that crazy? So I don't even know if we can actually find that specific claim, but it's build your momentum, book a consultant, Hindenburg, Goliath Ventures. Oh, there's a bit there what I was involved. Whereabouts is that? Yeah, so I just don't know. But it was funny when they rang up that guy. Oh, here it is. Listen to this. So this is the reaction they got when they rang up that guy. All right. So you can just listen to this.
You're listed as the reviewer of this company's trades, and that's why I'm calling you.
I'm with. Who are you?
My name is. I work for a private investor who was recently pitched on the McNeil X Opportunity Fund. I was reviewing their fund.
I have no idea how my name got on there. I don't even know who these people are.
Well, that's bad.
I know people, no idea my name got on there, and I don't even know who these people are. That does not establish who created the document on how, how his name actually got on there. But anyway, if financial records are being presented to prospective investors, doesn't matter by who, as independently reviewed, the identity and involvement of the reviewer matters enormously. CoffeeZilla also identified apparent anomalies with the trading data, including transactions showing up with identical timestamps. And that's the picture there you want to have a look at. The timestamps are identical, $44,000. And ironically, this minus button here doesn't make sense to me, but we added up the $44,000 and the 926 and the 522s, and we did actually add up to about exactly the same as that minus button. So I don't know how that actually worked. But if you want to have a look at that, look, I just thoroughly recommend go into CoffeeZilla, get yourself a Patreon account, cost you $5 a month. Best thing I've ever done with my $5 a month. There is there may be technical explanations for those records. Doubt it very much. If there is, the original exchange data should be establish that. Eric has now provided an important clarification. So all of a sudden, remember his business partner, Tommy, had no understanding about CoffeeZilla's video. Oh my God, where have you been? And then all of a sudden, now Eric, this morning, 6 hours ago, has come back and basically cleared up a few matters for me.
He says Onyx was operating a fund of funds strategy and was not responsible for the underlying trading. According to Eric, the performance information he communicated came from the partners and managers Onyx worked with at the time.
All right, but you're using them as sales pitch. So what are you going to, did you put out a, did you put out a letter to everybody explaining that you got information that was incorrect, or did you carry on taking the money?
That shifts an important question away from whether Eric personally executed these trades, but it creates another, who did. Eric has not identified those underlying managers to me, or provided records independently verifying the performance information they supplied.
No, got silence there.
He says Onyx has since ended those relationships and exited the strategy, but closing the strategy does not resolve the historical evidence. If approximately 850 genuine trades produced 4 consecutive years of returns exceeding 100%, the original exchange records should allow that performance to be independently reconstructed. The same evidence could explain the timestamp anomalies and establish who actually produced the trading records. The records were supposed to prove the returns. Until the underlying records are independently reconciled, they remain one of the biggest unanswered questions in this investigation.
Oh, Susie, you're awesome. Can't wait to see what happens next, Admiral. I'm called Admiral in the Avengers. But look, it just goes on and on and on. But it is actually, I mean, I didn't spend hours and hours and 8 months worth of research putting this blog together for no reason. I've always wanted to publish this. And when they start replying to you, I just get breathtaking stuff. Obviously, CoffeeZilla's published something in his Patreon account. I was hoping he was going to release it onto his main account. CoffeeZilla, 1 year he published 72 videos. The following year he published 9 videos because he does things all inside his Patreon account. He got sick of lawsuits as well. He got one from Paul Logan recently. They've now worked it out, negotiated out of court. You know, this is the real problem people like CoffeeZilla have. You can't just keep throwing yourself under the bus to save investors. Investors invest hundreds of thousands of dollars. They do not pay me or CoffeeZilla hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight your battles. In fact, they say thanks very much and they walk away quietly and find some other investment to invest in. But, you know, it's just a very difficult game to be in. So I was hoping he was going to launch that onto CoffeeZilla's YouTube channel. He didn't, you know, probably because we needed more evidence. I believe we've got enough evidence here. And if you want to sue me, go for it. I've got nothing.
The Hindenburg research case file Randy Couture's concerns did not originally go to CoffeeZilla. According to CoffeeZilla, Couture's team first provided its material to Hindenburg Research, the forensic financial research firm known for investigating companies and investment operations. Hindenburg investigated Eric McNeil but shut down before publishing a report. That distinction matters. There is no published Hindenburg finding against Eric McNeil or the Onyx Reserve that I can responsibly present as fact. CoffeeZilla says the unfinished investigation nevertheless left behind a substantial case file and data room, including recorded conversations, investment material and trading documentation.
Yeah. I remember the day CoffeeZilla, where's this investigation? Trading investigation. Did we read that? documentation. I must have got up to there. I still remember the day that video when CoffeeZilla come out with this. But just listen to the very moment when I found out that Christopher had been charged for running the scam.
It had to be my first call when I heard the news. Danny DeHeck, we finally got the news that Chris Delgado got arrested today. You're the first person I had to call. What was that like emotionally?
Well, I didn't absorb the information. It was just ridiculous. I did have a lot of interesting parts because I was talking to Homeland Security at the same time, and they didn't know he'd been arrested, or that they couldn't provide me any information about the arrest. And I said, well, I've got the document here. Because he rang me because I gave him the actual court filings, and he said, we haven't got that yet. How did you get it? I said, I could tell you, but I'd have to shoot you.
It's unbelievable. I'm shocked. They never move this fast.
So John, who heads the investigation, said he's been investigating for 20 years, and he said this is the fastest that they've ever got an indictment done.
It always takes, Danny, let me tell you, it always takes years. Even I was just interviewing you a moment ago, and we were both talking, this is never gonna happen.
When I found out, I actually burst into tears, mate, I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's why we do what we do, guys. And I'm not the only guy in this band. CoffeeZilla is absolutely friggin' amazing. But CoffeeZilla says the unfinished investigation nevertheless, this is, we can't...
CoffeeZilla says the unfinished investigation nevertheless left behind a substantial case file and data room, including recorded conversations, investment material and trading documentation.
Yeah.
The material resurfaced during CoffeeZilla's separate investigation into Goliath Ventures, published as $300 million Goliath. One familiar name connected the two stories, Matt Burks.
Yeah, so you're going to hear about Matt
Burks had appeared around Goliath Ventures and had also been publicly presented in an operations role with the Onyx Reserve. While investigating Goliath, CoffeeZilla recognized that overlap and contacted Hindenburg about its unfinished McNeil investigation. According to CoffeeZilla, Hindenburg then provided him with the underlying material. That is important because CoffeeZilla was not simply repeating allegations from Randy Couture. He was examining evidence accumulated during Hindenburg's unfinished investigation. That
material led him to. Let's carry on with this.
That material led him to the disputed trading records, the purported CPA review, and what he described as multiple overlaps between people and organizations, appearing around Onyx and Goliath Ventures. Eric McNeil and Tom Shields have now made their position on Goliath unequivocal. They say neither they nor Onyx raised or referred capital for Goliath, invested Onyx capital into Goliath, managed or controlled Goliath, or had any relationship with Christopher Delgado.
Really?
Eric says Onyx worked with Matt Burks independently for a brief period and terminated that relationship after learning more about his involvement with Goliath. I have no evidence establishing that Onyx was involved in Goliath's operation, and I am not alleging that it was.
But the professional overlap identified through Hindenburg's material remained relevant to understand why Onyx entered both CoffeeZilla's investigation and mine. And Matt Burks was only the beginning. So this is a massive blog, ladies and gentlemen. I've spent 8 months doing this, and if I was a YouTuber looking for clicks, I'd probably break this into 5 different sections, but I'm not. You can, can fast forward if you want. But the Goliath Ventures overlap. So this is where the investigation gets deeper and deeper and deeper, and you can't deny it. This guy here, that's a parish or local church, was, and now scrubbed everything from anything online. The church doesn't want anything to do with them. There's a reason for that.
The deeper CoffeeZilla examined the Hindenburg material, the harder it became to treat Matt Burks as the only overlap between the Onyx Reserve and Goliath Ventures. One organization he highlighted was Black Block, which had appeared publicly around Onyx in a compliance role. According to CoffeeZilla, Black Block also appeared around Goliath Ventures and had made representations concerning Goliath's financial backing.
Right, so I'm going to just bring that home for you. So if you come down to this picture here on the homepage of this here, you're going to see Matt Burks there with a big arrow, and you're also going to see Black Block down the bottom as the compliance. So Matt Block Black Block is compliance, and Matt Burks, who's on operation, actually owns he's the managing director for Black Block. So there's two photos here, and then see the Alston and Bird legal, that's a claim. So now we're finding that there's in Goliath Ventures case, that Allison and Bird were actually they've been accused of malpractice in a civil proceeding, I believe. People are alleging that they actually put together the contracts for Goliath Ventures. Whether that's true or not, I have got no proof of that. However, what I'm saying is here, you see the same pattern. We can't ignore Allison and Bird. We can't ignore Black Block compliance, and we can't ignore Matt Burks. And now we're saying, oh, we've got nothing to do with anybody. So let's have a listen.
Coffeezil also highlighted Alston and Bird, which had appeared as part of Onyx's legal infrastructure, while the firm was separately named in litigation concerning services provided around the Goliath enterprise.
Yep, client enterprise. And then we've got these ones.
Those allegations are claims made in litigation, not findings of wrongdoing against the law firm, and I make no such finding here. But the overlaps matter because professional names can create substantial credibility around an investment operation. A recognized law firm creates confidence. A compliance provider creates confidence. Professional athletes and advisors create confidence. But association is not independent verification of an investment. Eric McNeil and Tom Shields have now responded directly to the Goliath issue.
We might as well link to them. Didn't come this far, only to come this far. We'll save that. And so where are we up to? Yeah, so everything adds. I mean, this is a building up thing. I'm going to go all the way to here.
Both emphatically deny that Onyx had any affiliation with Goliath Ventures. They say neither they nor Onyx raised or referred capital for Goliath, invested Onyx investor capital into Goliath, managed or controlled Goliath, or had any relationship with Christopher Delgado. Eric has also clarified the relationship with Matt Burks. According to him, we worked with Matt Burks independently for a brief period. Eric says that once they learned more about Burks' involvement with Goliath, they ended that relationship and have no working relationship with him today. I have no evidence establishing that Onyx participated in Goliath's operation, and I am not alleging that it did. The significance of Goliath is therefore not that I can demonstrate money flowed between the two operations. I cannot. The significance is that people and professional service providers appearing around Goliath also appeared around Onyx, and those overlaps were significant enough to attract the attention of both Coffeezilla and me.
And they certainly did. You can't deny that. Now we've got a little wee doggy. Hopefully there's going to be a good screen. And me, and then we'll carry on down to here. I'm going to put a wee link.
That is particularly relevant because Eric says the lessons from Goliath contributed to Onyx changing direction. He told me that what emerged around Goliath and similar groups reinforced their decision to leave that broader alternative investment space and move exclusively into real estate, where they wanted greater control and transparency over investments and investor capital. That is an important development, but it does not erase the historical questions that brought Onyx into this investigation. Goliath was the doorway into this story. It was never the entire story.
Yeah, just trying to get that. Yeah, so it's all part of it. It's like, how many bits of the jigsaw puzzle do you want? We're going to carry on reading it because we'll be here all night.
Eric
otherwise.
and Tommy asked me to remove the post on the 20th of December, 2025. Eric McNeil contacted me directly, writing on behalf of himself and Tommy Shields after seeing my reporting connecting Matt Burks with the Onyx Reserve. They described what I had done covered concerning Matt and Goliath as eye-opening stuff. Eric said they had immediately stripped his name of any and all material while conducting further due diligence. He also denied that Onyx had sent money to Matt or Goliath, and denied any affiliation with the Goliath group. Then came the request.
The request. So this is what they asked me to do, which I don't do because I don't have any reason to do what they asked me to do, but I'll explain it to you.
Eric explained that the association could damage the reputation they had worked to build, and asked whether I would remove my post for now. I refused. Matt Burks had been publicly presented as part of the Onyx Reserve. Removing documented information simply because the association had become uncomfortable would not have been responsible reporting. But I gave Eric and Tom something more useful than deleting it. I gave them a right of reply.
I did, and I think I just shut down the window I needed, so that's not very clever. See if we can go back to where we were. Onyx Reserve. Oh my goodness, we're going to have to catch up. It's a big blog. Told you that. Getting through it though. Here we go. So that's investor under scrutiny. Tommy to remove the post. And explained Matt Burks. I gave them the right of reply, and we were removed the post. I refused. So yes, and now we're up to here. I'll just get this until I get this back in the right place.
Matt Burks had been publicly presented as part of the Onyx Reserve. Removing documented information simply because the association had become uncomfortable would not have been responsible reporting. But I gave Eric and Tom something more useful than deleting it. I gave them a right of reply. I wanted to know what role Matt had actually performed, how he became involved with Onyx, and what their subsequent due diligence uncovered. More importantly, I wanted to understand the investment operation itself. Eric has now provided additional context about Matt.
Yeah, so there we go. We've got a link here. So where we talk about block, I should say, we should now be able to forward to that part there. And where we talk about that, we will actually put a link in there to help everyone with their investigations who don't know how to use the Wayback Machine. That's all we're doing. And we'll open that up in a new window. And once again, we will save it as we go. Now, you notice I do this on the fly. All right, I gave them a right of reply. And then what happened there? Well, the rest is history. I have no evidence to establish otherwise.
I have no evidence establishing otherwise. But my investigation had already moved beyond whether Onyx was connected to Goliath. If Eric and Tom wanted the public record corrected and their reputation protected, I wanted the financial claims being made around their own operation independently explained. So I put those questions to them in writing. That is where the real investigation into the Onyx Reserve began.
Yeah, so we've asked Tommy and Eric, asked me to remove the post. Now, have I read this
on the
already?
20th of December, 2025, Eric McNeil contacted me directly, writing on behalf of himself and Tommy Shields after seeing my report.
No, so we actually, I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit tired, but I'm going to carry on. Let's carry on with this part.
I put the investment model under scrutiny. My response to Eric McNeil was not an accusation that the Onyx Reserve was connected to Goliath Ventures. I had already recorded their denial. What interested me was something more fundamental. How did their own investment operation work? Onyx was promoting stable, consistent passive income and distributions. So I asked where that distributable cash flow actually came from and whether investor capital was ever used to service earlier investors.
I mean, pretty early, by basically asking if they're running a Ponzi scheme.
I asked how investor money was structured, where the fund was domiciled, who controlled the accounts and which regulator had jurisdiction.
So then I asked them about the performance.
If Onyx had proven results, I wanted independently verifiable evidence. I asked whether audited financial statements or third-party performance reports existed, and who had verified the returns.
Why do they do this?
I also asked whether anyone beyond Matt Burks who had been associated with Goliath had participated in promotion, introductions or capital raising for Onyx. Finally, I questioned promotional references suggesting a connection with Patrick Bet David. I wanted to know precisely what that relationship meant: investment, partnership, endorsement, informal connection, or something else. I made my position explicit.
Yeah. We did. I'm not alleging wrongdoing at this stage.
I am not alleging wrongdoing at this stage. I am collecting evidence, assessing claims made to the public, and ensuring that representations about passive income, venture upside, and investor safety are accurate and substantiated.
That's right.
Eric has now provided some additional information. He says the historical operation was a fund-of-funds strategy, that Onyx was not the underlying trader and that investor acted as third-party fund administrator. Those answers provide useful context, but the most important question I asked remains unresolved with independently verifiable evidence.
What generated the money being paid to investors? Not rocket science, is it? I mean, think about it. If it's on the blockchain, we should be able to see it. If it's done with investments, we would see purchases of buildings and all that sort of stuff.
That question would become considerably more important once I saw what CofferZilla had uncovered.
And how do we know about this new real estate investment thing? How does that work? Have they purchased the money, or has the realtors that are desperate to get these? Because we found that a lot of investors that were involved with Goliath Ventures had also invested in another real estate opportunity, and they had used their dividends that they were receiving from Goliath to put into a deposit for a real estate opportunity. And now they can't make the payments for the real estate opportunities. And not only have they lost their dividends and their principal, they've also lost their investment opportunity into these, real estate opportunities, which is absolutely batshit crazy.
The questions went unanswered after sending my December 2025 questions. I received no substantive answers at the time. Eric and Tom had contacted me because they were concerned about the reputational impact of Matt Burks appearing around both Onyx and Goliath. But when I asked about Onyx's own investment structure, performance verification and source of investor distributions, the correspondence stopped. That distinction matters.
Oops.
I was not asking them to prove they were innocent of wrongdoing. I was asking them to substantiate financial representations being made around an investment operation. For months, those questions remained unanswered. Then, shortly before this investigation and my scheduled the 21st of August, 2026, live broadcast, both Tom and Eric began providing detailed responses. Their responses have now been incorporated throughout this article. Eric says the historical investment model was a fund of funds strategy, that Onyx was not the underlying trader, and that the performance information he communicated came from external partners and managers.
We got that already.
He
thanks.
also identified Avesta as the third-party fund administrator and says the historical offering has since been closed. Those are important answers that I did not have previously, but they also leave several questions unresolved.
Are you ready? Here we go.
Eric has not identified the underlying partners and managers responsible for the historical strategy. I have not been provided with independently verifiable records substantiating the extraordinary performance he communicated, and the questions surrounding the trading records examined by CofferZilla remain unresolved. Most importantly, I still have not received independently verifiable evidence answering the question I first asked in December. What was the source of the money used to pay historical investor returns and distributions? So it would no longer be accurate for me to say Eric and Tom simply never answered. They have now responded. The more accurate position is that some questions have been answered, some claims have been clarified, and some of the most important financial questions remain unresolved.
Don't know how long I'm going to be, guys. I'll just read this paragraph.
And while those historical questions remained open, Onyx was already moving into an entirely new investment proposition, luxury real estate.
Long time. So this is the part that's really important, everyone. The chapter. Okay, let's just, we've got about ages. The problem is the new chapter, the Signature Estate Fund. And this is the part that we've just discovered. And here they are claiming that they've got Ruben Barrichello's, I don't even know these guys, Dunstan Johnson, Roberto Carlos, are all invested in these real estate opportunities. And as you saw earlier on, we have now started another investigation into the Ponzi schemes and scams folder, and we have now found this other opportunity, which looks like somebody else's opportunity. All the images of the website point back to crap I can't see, and it's all to do with athletes. Now, we're not 100% sure if this is connected to what we're talking about, but it does raise some serious questions. Blackguard stealing. Go get him, Danny. Thank you very much. Nice to see you here. So I don't get this. This is just batshit crazy. Months after my original questions went unanswered, Onyx Reserve returned in my inbox with a very different offer. Now, we didn't come this far not to come this far. This is the email I received from Tom Shields, the Onyx Reserve. And these are the claims that he made in the email that we've now forced him to answer. We have to listen to them, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, because as you can see, the emails that we're about to read don't add up with the actual correspondence. I don't believe they do. You can make your own determination.
Hi, Danny. It's been about 6 months since we last connected, and a lot has happened behind the scenes. Today, I'm excited to share what we've been building, a new chapter for Onyx Reserve over the past several months. We successfully completed our venture capital fund and have entered an exciting new chapter, partnering with many of the world's most recognized athletes and entertainers to acquire luxury real estate opportunities, alongside leading developers. The Onyx Reserve Signature Estates Fund. Rather than competing for deals on the open market, we've built an ecosystem few investment groups can reach. Through our extensive network of world-renowned athletes, entertainers, and strategic partners, we're partnering directly with many of the country's premier luxury developers on branded residences and trophy real estate opportunities.
Where did we get up to there? Opportunities. Oh, yeah, there it is. So this is breathtaking stuff for me because obviously I'm on their mailing list and I've received this email. Here we go.
These relationships have allowed us to negotiate substantial purchase discounts, secure unique developer incentives, and structure transactions designed to better align interests and help protect investor capital. The momentum has been incredible. In the last 30 days alone, we've closed on more than $21 million in luxury real estate, while expanding our pipeline of future acquisitions.
So now, since we've been doing this investigation live, we've obviously discovered a website that looks like this is what they're offering. And it looks like another fund of funds sort of style investment opportunity where it's not their investment. They're just basically going along. And then if you look at the investment they're asking people to invest in, we just see so many red flags. So enough is enough, guys.
We've also partnered on major developments including Viceroy Residences Fort Lauderdale, the Colette and Opus Coconut Grove, recently hosting a premier marketing event at Viceroy Residences, and preparing to host another exclusive event at the Colette in mid-July. In addition, we've completed transactions alongside internationally recognized athletes including soccer legend Roberto Carlos, F1 driver Rubens Barrichello, and golf major champion Dustin Johnson. Several additional partnerships are expected to be announced in the coming months, headlined by global stars, including Flo Rida, French Montana, Jordan Spieth, and more. This pipeline includes some of the biggest names in golf, tennis, soccer, Formula One, music, and more.
Oh my goodness. So here we are. This is what we've stumbled across today, thanks to my wonderful Avenger, Susie. Here's a website with 4 properties. Here's look at this. You've got to look. Oh, you can move it to the side. Well, I didn't know you can move it to the side. I was sitting here trying to click on links. So we now have got these people here who have meant to look at this. And to me, these all look like they're done with AI. Formula One driver who bought a lavish Miami condo as a luxury getaway. Right, and then you come down here. You got. We've got soccer players and we've got more Formula One races. David Beckham, who's now looking like a black guy. That's interesting. Why superstar athletes are buying up Miami real estate. This looks like something being thrown together with AI pictures. That's bad AI, that one there. So what's going on? Is this the theme? Now, if you think this is weird, then obviously, what did we have before when Susie was in here? We had their Instagram. I think we've still got it handy, so we'll go there again. I'll add that into, yeah, here it is. So their Instagram. So it's just recycled flop. So this company here is, so what we're meant to believe is that this company here, Global GG, is legitimate. Let's go to, can't help myself, can I? My worst. Let's go to Facebook and let's see if this company has got a GG Global. Let's see if they've got a Facebook page as well. We didn't go that far, did we? Glee Global Property Developers, 21K. Oh, that could be it. Oh, I don't know. Is that 21K followers? Let's have a look. Might not be the same people. What's this one? Logix. Oh, did I see something in the right in front of me there and I clicked away? That's not going to help. Romantic Developers, Global Marketing Followers. I'm going to go back a page. Ocean View for you. We'll just have a look at that. Let's see what we've got. Global freight. No, maybe if I search for Wyoming, but hey, what have we got here? Global, no, another global. Years of pioneering success, nothing to do with what we're doing. No, gone off a track there, Danny. What's this one here? GG Global. Oh my goodness, please tell me this isn't some more luxury condos. Oh my goodness, this would be another round of everyone claiming they've got real estate. Now we've been going after real estate, who are now getting flagged by all sorts of people, but I don't see any connection here straight away. But always good to have a wee looky look. Same thing we just saw. Developers. What have we got here? There's a developers. GC developers, 100-year legal capital. No, we're going off track. Stay on target. Anyway, we can go through here. I'm pretty sure if I went through here enough, we'll probably find these guys at one of their events, and we'll probably even find Tommy Shields standing here. Let's see, we've got this guy talking, biggest growth ever. So is this what they're actually reselling? And why do you need to go through Onyx Reserve? If you think this is the real deal, then why don't you just go to these guys direct? You know what I'm saying? It's all brotherhood and la, isn't it? Whoever that was. We've even got androids sitting there. Make sure they all drive Lamborghinis because no one will believe them otherwise. Is that what we're saying? That somebody famous, is it? Take them out for a game of golf. No, let's have a look at something else. We're bound to find something in here with Tommy or Eric walking around with their tight shoes on with no socks. I'm actually curious. We've done that one before. Anyway, more to come. The only thing we need to look at is making sure that the cars are the same people. Florida license plate number. Wonder if they own the plane as well. He's gently getting in the car because it's not him, and now he's going to drive it like he stole it because he probably did. And he's coming away from that car like that was a great experience. Let's pretend I own that car. Here's some pictures of other people's cars. More pictures of blue cars. They're probably at the repo yard. Yeah, look, let's walk around these cars like you own them. And this will give people, a G-Wagon. A Rolls Royce. It's probably Christopher Delgado's old car. What have they got? Just music? Of course they have. That's what they do. Lots of music, lots of laughs. And here's the cars, and we just go around in a stupid circle. Anyway, we'll keep monitoring that if we find anything else interesting. But that's what they're offering now, ladies and gentlemen. They've stopped offering liquidity pools. That offering is closed. And the new chapter, the Onyx Reserve. So let's just go down to here and let's see what he wants us to do next. And I love the signature. You wait till you see this.
What's next? We're currently finalizing fund I allocations, which is expected to close within the next 45 days. Immediately following its close, we'll be launching Fund 2 with a targeted $100 million capital raise. If you'd like priority access before Fund 2 opens publicly, simply reply to this email and we'll add you to the priority waitlist. We're just getting started, and we are excited to share what's ahead. Best.
Oh my God. So here it is. And look at the signature. So Tom. Well done, Tom. Absolutely beautiful. I won't unsubscribe. We'll keep you on there. But that comes directly from the Onyx Reserve. So look, guys, this is just stupid stuff. So there we go. It looks like we've found their investment opportunity. Rah is all I'm going to say. Then came the familiar headline. So in the last 30 days alone, we've closed over 21 million in luxury real estate. The newsletter named, here we go.
The newsletter named Viceroy Residences Fort Lauderdale, the Colette and Opus Coconut Grove, and reference transactions or relationships involving high-profile athletes and entertainers.
Yeah, I'm looking for Coconut Grove. Anyway, so there we go. Entertainers. Oh, you're there again. Thanks, nice to see you.
It also announced that after completing Fund I, Onyx intended to launch Fund 2 targeting a $100 million capital raise.
Yeah, and notice the pressure, the fear of missing out tactics as well. So anyway, remember, we've now asked all the questions and we've had Tommy come back and Eric come back. They haven't answered the questions that we wanted to ask them, but they gave us trust me, bro, don't do it, bro. Oh, we're good guys, bro. We're not running a scam.
Tom Shields has now provided important clarification about those figures. He says the $21 million plus represents the aggregate contracted purchase price / property value of 4 units across Colette, Opus and Viceroy. It does not represent $21 million of investor capital raised or deployed. Tom also clarified that the advertised 30 to 40% property discounts referred to discounts negotiated against developer list price, not independent appraisals establishing the properties were purchased 30 to 40% below fair market value.
Oh my God. So I'd love to know how you get the valuation of those properties and whether you can just make out those properties are worth $2 million and then sell them to people for $600,000 and tell people that you gave people 140% discount. Look at the website for a company that's claiming that if this is the website, and I might be wrong, but let's just put it into perspective here. Looking for investors, right? Co-own athletes aligned real estate with executive access and better pricing. I mean, you can't make this shit up. The source, GG identifies the secure executive deals directly with luxury developers. Co-own. So you don't even own part. You can own parts of real estate, can you? Is that what we're saying? I mean, it just gets ridiculous on ridiculous. Just saying. I don't know where we're up to. Tom has clarified. Yeah, I think we've already said that. $100 million. I think we need to read that.
And importantly, the $100 million Fund 2 figure is a fundraising target.
And now I'm asking him about the connections with because these people that he claims that he's associated with. So see them in the picture here. He's got another picture here. He's got partnered with, and he's got all those famous people. Milestone, Momentum, The Future. Onyx Reserve, Signature Estate. Now, Signature Estate, wouldn't that be Onyx Reserve building those buildings? That's what I would think if I wasn't investigating this. Are these their developments, or have they just found a developer and they're slapping their logo on top of it?
It does not mean $100 million has already been raised, subscribed, or committed. Those distinctions materially improve the factual picture, and I have updated this investigation accordingly. The athlete and celebrity relationships still require equally careful interpretation. The newsletter referenced names including Roberto Carlos, Rubens Barrichello, Dustin Johnson, Flo Rida, French Montana, and Jordan Spieth.
Right. So what I'm saying is not rocket science. In their advertise, it says they have partnered with. Well, I'd like to know more about your partnership. I don't think that's asking too much.
But appearing alongside an investment proposition can mean many different things. A celebrity purchasing a property is not necessarily an investor in an Onyx fund. A promotional relationship is not necessarily an equity partnership, and completing a transaction alongside somebody does not establish precisely what financial relationship exists. That is why I wanted those relationships defined rather than assumed.
Yeah, and it's just batshit crazy to put famous people's names out there, like you've got some association. And I'm sure they went and rang up Ruben Barrichello's and said, how's your Formula One racing career going? And he goes, I just formed a deal with Onyx Reserve. And I'll go, really? And I'll go, you mean the cigar company? And he goes, no, the Onyx Reserve. Amazing company. Eric and Tom are just, am I going to get that? Or am I going to get somebody going, who the hell are those guys? I just bought myself a condominium apartment somewhere with some other investors. I've got no association with them. I mean, but they have put advertising out there to say they're in partnership with. Let's see what happens in their next newsletter. I wonder if they're going to close the offering of real estate after this video.
The arrival of Signature Estates also changed the urgency of my investigation. Onyx was no longer simply associated with historical questions about trading and passive income. It was presenting investors with a new strategy involving luxury property and preparing for a potentially substantial new capital raise. So before publishing updated reporting, I gave the Onyx Reserve another opportunity to explain exactly what it had built.
Yeah, so after receiving this, the third time, I think the fourth time, maybe even the fifth time, I've asked them for a response. Because once I had Tom telling me that Eric, he couldn't speak for Eric, I had to start sending writer replies to Eric. And then Eric wrote back to me for the first time after 8 months, about 6 hours ago. And I've corrected everything I can in this blog to make sure it's factual. But the honest truth of it, guys, it's bullshit. These guys are faking it until they make it. And they're using other people's brands, other people's products, other people's credibility, and walking around in suits that are too tight for them with no socks. driving Lamborghinis that they're obviously leasing. They don't own them. They're just a fake company. And if you are invested in Onyx Reserve, seriously, my opinion, get your money out, test the waters. If they can let you withdraw your money and you get it back to your bank account, then that's going to give you peace of mind going forward. And the very minimum, take your money out and see what they do and whether they have the money there. Because I'll bet my bottom dollar these guys are using new investor money to prop up old investors. Now they have to look for bigger and brighter deals to keep the money coming in. Christopher Delgado had to have $3.5 million coming in a month just to keep the monster alive. He stole $425 million from people. How much do you want these guys to steal?
I gave Onyx Reserve a second right of reply on the 16th of July, 2026. I wrote directly to Tom Shields after he sent me the Onyx Reserve newsletter announcing Signature Estates. This was not an unsolicited attack. I was responding to new investment claims Onyx itself had placed in my inbox. I asked Tom to identify the legal structure and jurisdiction of the fund, its regulatory basis, manager, administrator, custodian and auditor, and to provide the relevant offering documents. I asked Tom to identify the legal structure and jurisdiction of the fund, its regulatory basis, manager, administrator, custodian and auditor, and to provide the relevant offering documents. I also asked him to explain the $21 million plus luxury real estate figure, the ownership of the properties and the precise relationships with Colette, Opus and Viceroy.
Yeah, every time he told me some information, I come back with
Then
more
I asked
questions.
about the athletes and entertainers appearing around the proposition. Were they investors, purchasers, promotional partners or something else? Were they compensated? Had they authorized their names to be used in connection with the investment opportunity?
You know, like when you think about it, if you went to the Onyx Reserve, which I'm going to do because I can't help myself, we go to the Onyx Reserve, right? And we've got a guy that's just been on CoffeeZilla, right? Couture. And he's telling us that he was looking out for this guy here, Dan. And he was looking out for Dan as an investor. Now, Dan's photo here, I'll show you how clever this is. If I right click on this webpage, I go to inspect. I can now go to the elements of the source of the webpage, right? Now that picture there, it tells me that it's been, I don't know if you can see this, but I want to make sure you can. So that picture, go down here. I wonder if I can move this across. Rightio. So it tells me this is a WordPress website. You've got the plugins, you've got the themes, you've got uploaded images. And in here, it tells you that 2025 on the 9th, that you can see this picture was actually, what are we saying? That was uploaded to their website. And you can go through and see other images if you really want to. But what I'm getting at is what we've got now is we've got a timeline. We know that when this picture was added into the website was the 9th month, 2025. We've got CoffeeZilla's video out here. Well, that's not CoffeeZilla's video. But you've got CoffeeZilla doing this investigation here. Is that the one? CoffeeZilla, this one here. And this was published on May 2026. So, and then you've got Tom telling me that he's never seen CoffeeZilla's video. That basically destroys his company. Are you kidding me? I don't think so, Tim. But what I'm getting at, if I was Dan, I would have got this photo removed off the website. It doesn't say that it's a testimonial not about investment, it's a testimonial about him connecting him with other people. And that's what these guys do to survive. They help these guys network. That's probably why they associate. But here, is Dan, endorsing these guys' behavior? And do these other sports players that you see here know that their name's been used? Have they invested? And are they still, and if so, reach out to me because I would love to know. And I would also like to know how long. I'd love to see your agreements that you've had with these guys because that's what we're asking. So finally, we asked about fund number 2 and the proposed 100 million raise. I gave Onyx 14 days to respond and explicitly told Tom this email is intended to provide Onyx Reserve a full and fair opportunity to clarify or substantiate the representations made in the latest news here before I publish any update. And that was a long time ago, obviously, because that was, I think, ages ago. No substantive response arrived within that period. Tom now responded and clarified several points that I'd made. So here's a response.
The $21 million plus figure represents the contracted property value of 4 units, not investor capital raised or deployed. The 30 to 40% discount refers to developer list price, and the $100 million Fund 2 figure is a fundraising target, not capital already raised or committed.
Oh my God, so it sounds a lot different than your marketing, doesn't it?
I have incorporated those clarifications throughout this investigation, but many of the documentary questions I originally asked, including the detailed fund structure, ownership, financial controls and supporting evidence, have still not been answered with the documentation I requested.
If I get time, I'll add the email I sent to him in here so you can see the questions I asked, which weren't over the top. And you can theoretically use it, chuck that email of mine into, so if you go into the description of the video you're watching right now, you'll see a link to this blog, or you can go to dehec.com and search for Onyx Reserve. This is my first, this is version 1 investigation of it. We'll no doubt get some feedback now from other people, and we can actually look more closely into what they're offering and what they've actually delivered. And more importantly, you want to know where the money come from that they pay your dividends out to. So what I'm getting at here is, if you can see all the questions I've asked, you can chuck those into ChatGPT and ask them to answer them as somebody who's paying them as a client, and see what you get back in response. And none of this, I'll ring you up and talk about it, put it in writing.
The right of reply therefore achieved something important. It corrected parts of the story, but it did not resolve all of it.
Yeah, so I'm just going to test my back to index stuff. So if you click on that, it should have taken me to the index, and it hasn't because I haven't added something, but that's okay. Right, we'll fix that in a minute. We'll go through here. Let's go.
2 opportunities to answer and now 2 responses. By the time I originally prepared this investigation, the Onyx Reserve had been given 2 separate rights of reply. The first followed Eric McNeil's December 2025 email, written on behalf of himself and Tom Shields. The second followed Tom's Signature Estates newsletter, when I sent detailed questions on the 16th of July, 2026, and gave Onyx 14 days to respond. Neither produced substantive answers within those periods. That position has now changed.
Yeah, so now we're getting bombarded with them both, trying to say, hey, trust me, bro. But they still haven't answered the questions, as you're about to hear.
Both Tom and Eric have responded, and where their answers corrected or clarified the record, I have updated this investigation. Tom clarified that the $21 million plus figure represents the contracted property value of 4 units. The 30 to 40% discount is measured against developer list price, and the proposed $100 million Fund 2 is a fundraising target. Eric provided new information about the historical strategy. He says Onyx operated a fund of funds model, was not the underlying trader, and relied on information supplied by external partners and managers. He also identified Avesta as the third-party fund administrator, and says the historical offering has since closed.
It's so stupid. Let's pass the hot scone onto an invisible person without giving me the name, because if they told me who the investor was, then I would go to the investor to validate what they said. And it's just stupid. Oh, it's in the past, and it was somebody else. It's not us, but they're still taking in money for investors. This is just bullshit.
Both men also emphatically deny any affiliation with Goliath Ventures or Christopher Delgado, and I have no evidence establishing otherwise. Those responses matter, but responding is not the same as resolving every question. Eric has not identified the underlying managers responsible for the historical strategy. The disputed trading records remain unexplained, and I have not received independently verifiable evidence establishing the source of historical investor returns and distributions. So the record is no longer 2 opportunities and 2 silences.
Yeah. So it's is more accurately 2 opportunities, 2 eventual responses, and several important factual questions that remain unresolved. So now we're going to look at we're getting closer to the end, guys, but it's a big blog. I told you that. I'm going to read this whole section.
CofferZilla calls it a Ponzi scheme after reviewing the Hindenburg material, Randy Couture recording and trading records. CofferZilla reached a much stronger conclusion than I am prepared to state as established fact. He described the historical operation as in his opinion, an obvious Ponzi scheme. Importantly, CoffeeZilla also acknowledged that there had been no legal finding establishing that conclusion. Eric McNeil has now responded directly. Any suggestion that I'm operating a Ponzi scheme is an extremely serious characterization and does not accurately represent me or our business. His denial belongs in the record. Eric also says Onyx was operating a fund of funds strategy, was not the underlying trader, and relied upon performance information supplied by external partners and managers. He says those relationships have since ended and the historical offering has closed. But that does not resolve the central financial question: where did the money paid to investors actually come from? To establish a Ponzi scheme, I would want to follow the money: investor deposits, underlying investments, genuine trading profits, withdrawals and distributions. That is why one of the questions I asked Onyx in December 2025 remains so important. Was investor capital ever used to service prior investors? Eric says investors could withdraw their money or reinvest into the real estate offering and points to investors' third-party administration and accounting. Those are relevant facts, but the ability to withdraw money does not, by itself, establish the source of the returns being paid. Likewise, third-party administration does not automatically prove that an underlying trading strategy generated the performance being represented. Eric does not identify the external managers responsible for that historical strategy, and I have not been provided with financial records independently establishing the source of those returns. There is also an important distinction between the historical operation and today's signature estates strategy. I am not alleging that the current real estate offering is a Ponzi scheme, simply because unresolved questions remain about the historical strategy. But changing strategies does not erase those questions either, so the position is straightforward. CoffeeZilla believes the historical operation was a Ponzi scheme. Eric emphatically denies it. There has been no judicial or regulatory finding establishing that it was. I am not asking readers to choose between CoffeeZilla's opinion and Eric's denial. The financial records should decide that.
Yeah, so one of the things that I've just been accused of lately, this was a court case where the Securities and Exchange Commission basically have put their findings out about Goliath Ventures. And if you go to, I think, page 12 of this, it actually talks about how they actually, they talk about, is that page 12? They talk about a journalist on page 12. I'm not even sure it's the right one, unfortunately, but there was a document that came out from the CFTC, which is that one there, actually. I lied. No, it's not that one. But anyway, might have misheard that one. Yep, there it is. And I think on page 12, they actually talked about journalist number 1. And they talk about how they've actually used they've come after me. Here it is. So they've come after me as journalist number 1. And why they've mentioned that in the CFTC's finding with Goliath Ventures is because on the 9th of December, I got sued by Goliath Ventures. And Goliath Ventures claimed that they were not running a Ponzi scheme. And now that information has been used against them because they were obviously misrepresenting what they were actually doing. But it's quite neat because obviously I'm journalist number 1. So even if these guys decide that whatever they decide, they might want to sue me as well. But rather than answering my questions like Goliath Ventures should have, they decided to sue me to shut me up. They even offered me $150,000 to take my videos down. And they wanted me to write a Dear John letter, and they wanted me to throw the apparent person, under the bus that they believe was funding me, because they didn't believe that somebody like me would do this on their own back for no reason. And I will expose anybody. That's what I do. So this was absolutely batshit crazy, but this is what they were alleging. They were telling me to take my article down or else, and why don't they just answer my questions? And if any legitimate company in their right mind answered the questions, it would give them an opportunity to show how genuine they were. These companies are not genuine because they won't answer my frigging questions, and they won't even tell their investors what they're doing with their money. Why give these guys your money?
The $100 million question, the proposed $100 million fund too, is where this investigation stops being purely historical. Tom Shields has clarified an important point.
Hey, Queen
Onyx
Akami,
has not claimed that $100 million has already been raised. It is a fundraising target, not capital already subscribed or committed. That correction is now reflected throughout this investigation, but a $100 million target still potentially means a substantial new pool of investor capital.
Yeah, so they're looking for $100 million to give to what believe is a real estate company who are offering 30 to 40% discount on what they perceive the value of these buildings are. It's just not right, guys.
Before investors participate, they should be able to understand what happened with the funds and strategies that came before it. Eric says the historical offering has closed, and that investors either withdrew their money or reinvested into the real estate offering. He also says Avesta provided third-party administration and accounting.
So they are saying that the liquidity pool offering they had, right, get this, has closed, and investors have either moved their money into the real estate or withdrawn their money. But there's no proof of anybody connected to these guys withdrawing their money that they have provided me. You'd think they would say, look, we have got, I've had a yarn to somebody, he decided to get out of our company and he's withdrawn his money. Everybody in these schemes are influenced to hyper compound their money. Why would you take your money out of these platforms when the banks don't offer you anything? Exactly what they'll say to you. And at what point do people realize there's no money left? At what point do you guys not realize that $3.5 million a month was keeping Goliath Ventures alive? They just had to go out there. They already took in over 350 million, whatever it is. And then they realized that their burn rate, their spaceship going to Mars, was burning $3.5 million a month. Now they just have to manage clients. They had to make sure clients were happy. They were satisfied. So what did they do? Keep on putting the lifestyle. They had a $9 million Christmas party in Miami to keep the illusion alive. And that now we know that was Christopher Delgado's last hurrah. Do you want to give these guys your money to have fun? I'm pleading with you guys to do due diligence. Ask those questions. Use me and abuse me free of charge to help save your money before you come here crying like all the other people have with Goliath Ventures. I do not like receiving phone calls from people saying, I've just put my life savings into these guys because a friend of mine told me to. Wake up. Let me wake you up. This is not how investments work. These guys won't answer my questions. This would be an opportunity of a lifetime for these guys. Somebody that's just taken down a $425 million scam has now asked this company, who claims to be doing pretty much the same sort of stuff, to provide evidence that they're doing the real deal. Any company doing the real deal would jump at the opportunity and give me this information, but not them. I had to wait 8 months to get, all of a sudden I've got 3 replies, I think. Yeah, I think 3 replies in the last 3 days.
The unanswered question remains whether independently verifiable records establish how the historical returns were generated and where investor distributions came from. Signature Estates creates a separate set of questions. Tom says the $21 million plus figure represents the contracted property value of 4 units across Colette, Opus and Viceroy, not investor capital raised or deployed.
Look, I'm going to cheat. You want to see how you do this stuff, guys? I put this code in here, right? You're following all this lovely code, and I'm looking for a whole lot of gobbledygoo. There's my gobbledygoo. Is that it? Yep. There it is. I need to find the right spot. So after, it's already got the dividend there. Now I'm coming down here and I'm going to the top, investor investigation. And I need to find the top of this one. 1 minute, please, caller. I need to make that H2. So this H2, there it is. I see where the problem is. Investor investigation index. I think I might have already stuffed up this. Investor indication ID. Investor indication ID. And now I just need to change that to that. And I think I'm good to go. And what that means to all you non-techie people out there is I need to remember where I'm up to. So I'll just take a copy of that, wait for that to save, and then I go here and I go boom. And now when I come down to the back to index, it works. And now I need to find where I was. See how I did that? Pretty clever, isn't it? How much investor capital has actually been deployed? That's a great question. Who owns the properties? Who's financing the attached to them? I don't know what that means. What economic interest belongs to investors? What fees are being charged, and what fund I actually produced, and what has fund one actually produced? So here we go. We're going for, you had 45 days to actually invest before fund one was shut. So now we're on to fund number 2. Now you would actually obviously ask, what has fund number 1 actually produced? How good was it for the investors? I think that's a pretty fair question. After claiming that they're going to save, and then they'll say, oh, real estate's a long-term investment. You go, okay then. Stop being taken to the cleaners with these guys.
The athlete and celebrity relationships should also be separated from those fundamentals. Recognizable names can create confidence, but celebrity proximity does not establish the financial performance of the fund.
Athletes, I got distracted there. Why is this still on their website? So who's Vesta? Who is a Vesta? Is that, I'm actually interested to know what Vesta is. I think I need to answer that question. We'll just have a wee commercial break here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. I've just started another investigation, haven't I? Let's go to Onyx Reserve. Let's go to this one here. What is a Vesta? For me, I'm not obviously an investor. What is an investor? What is Vesta? What is a Vesta? Let's have a wee look here. A Vesta, might have answered my own question. Let's have a listen.
Is a US company/platform that helps people set up, administer and operate private investment funds. It provides fund administration and investor management technology, including collecting investor capital, accounting, reporting, distributions, K-1 tax information and investor portals.
So why don't we write to them? Can we write to them and ask them if they're using their services? Is this like Salesforce? That would be interesting. I bet they'd love that. Right. Did we read that? We probably did. I'm going to read it again.
The athlete and celebrity relationships should also be separated from those fundamentals. Recognizable names can create confidence, but celebrity proximity does not establish the financial performance of the fund.
Just think about this. They've got celebrities. I mean, I don't know. I know that my stuff goes on for too long and there's a reason for it. But you think about what they've done here. They have gone and they've used all these celebrities here. And I would just love to know whether all these celebrities actually know that they're all over their website. Then you go to this other new wonderful fund. And if this is connected to them, and I'm not 100% sure it is, then you go to the bottom here and you've got all these other investors, right? So we've got, are you telling me that Becken, what's his name? David Becken is invested in these? Because what, if you go back to their email, which I don't want to, well, actually might be able to do this nicely. We're going to come to here, but we go back to their email and look at this. If we go here, they are telling you that they have partnered with. Now, explain what a partner is, because this is bullshit. You've partnered with Ruben Barrichellos, Dustin Johnson, and Roberto Carlos have all partnered with Onyx Reserve Signature Estates, or have they just invested in the same real estate opportunity you have? If I contacted all of these people, it would be extremely hard to do. And also, it would be extremely hard for me to contact these guys. Now, what I really want to do is reach out to CoffeeZilla and ask him if he can ask our mate to contact Dan and see whether Dan is happy about his image being on their website. It's batshit crazy. Now I'll go back to where I was. Hopefully that works. Look at that. Whoopsie daisy. Now we've done it. Whoopsie daisy. Alrighty. So the most important development. Let's read this.
That is an important development, but it does not erase the historical questions that brought Onyx into this investigation. Goliath was the doorway into this story. It was never the entire story.
No, it wasn't the entire story. It was just one of many things.
Eric and Tommy asked me to remove the post on the 20th of December, 2025. Eric McNeil contacted me directly, writing on behalf of himself and Tommy Shields after seeing my reporting connecting Matt Burks with the Onyx Reserve. They described what I had uncovered concerning Matt and Goliath as eye-opening stuff.
No shit.
Eric said they had immediately stripped his name of any and all material while conducting further due diligence. He also denied that Onyx had sent money to Matt or Goliath, and denied any affiliation with the Goliath Group.
Then came the request. Eric explained that the association could damage the reputation. I think these guys damaged their own reputation. They had worked to build and asked whether I would remove the post for now. No way. I refused. Have I already read this? Anyway, I don't know if we repeated ourselves. Matt Burks had been publicly represented as part of Onyx Reserve, removing the document information simply because the association had become uncomfortable would not be a responsible reporting. I'm just making sure I haven't done this twice. I might have actually done this twice. I have. There we go. We've done that already. Let's carry on. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't think I'd have that same blame ChatGPT for that. It's used the same paragraph twice, but let's carry on.
If that is the new standard, prospective Fund 2 investors should expect the documentation to demonstrate it. The historical strategy and signature estates are different propositions, and I am not suggesting that unresolved historical questions establish wrongdoing in the current real estate offering. But investment managers do not lose their history simply because the strategy changes. Before Onyx attempts to turn a $100 million fundraising target into $100 million of actual investor capital, prospective investors should be able to independently verify the people, assets, ownership, performance and financial controls behind the operation.
That's not the size of the target. It's the real 100 million question. So, you think about this. You can imagine that all these guys are now ringing up everybody they know, that they've found these superstars and they've got their contacts, and they're now ringing them up. Hey, you want to invest in real estate? We've got an opportunity here, guys, where you can invest in Onyx Reserve, or is it somebody else? And potentially these properties are going to go up. These are 30 to 40% discounted properties that we're selling to you because the recommended retail has been perceived of whatever. It's just ridiculous. And I don't know if sporting people are weak-minded and they're an easy target, because normally we're going after the Black African community in the religious sectors. Hopefully not the case. I mean, most sporting players have determination, grit, and drive. Do these guys part with their money like it's water? I mean, the amount of investments that people have lost. Even I've spoken to sporting people who have lost money to investments because they trusted people and they just put it down to, oh, well.
Throughout this investigation, I have tried to separate documented evidence from allegations, disputed claims and unanswered questions. Eric McNeil and Tom Shields have now both responded. Tom clarified that the $21 million plus signature estates figure represents the contracted property value of 4 units, that the 30 to 40% discount refers to developer list price, and that the proposed $100 million Fund 2 is a fundraising target. Eric says the historical operation was a fund of funds strategy, that Onyx was not the underlying trader, and that the performance information he communicated came from external partners and managers.
Yeah, that really pisses me off, because if you go back to the claim that he, because I can't help it, but his strategy is ridiculous. I mean, you think about this.
How does this work?
Yeah, no, great question. So my background, 15 years as a equity type stuff, and that's been working really well for us. I don't know if you saw today, we just posted our returns for November, and year to date, we're up over 101% for the year, which makes it 4 straight years of 100+% returns.
Okay, I'm going to call that a lie.
But here we are, when you look at this, guys, I mean, it's just a batshit crazy. Because what he's basically saying is the funds of funds strategy means he claims that he's experienced and he follows Bitcoin and they have a strategy around it. Now he's telling you that the funds and funds strategy is somebody else's baby. So where did those claims, if you go and watch the CoffeeZilla video on his Patreon account, you can see it's bullshit. And these guys are friggin' backpedaling fast. And I'll expose them and chase them down. Because we get in the trenches with these guys, I would stand there in the face of Eric and Tom and say, you're lying through your teeth. My opinion is this is a Ponzi scheme and scam. Until somebody proves otherwise, I'm not going to have a bar of it.
He also says Investor acted as third-party fund administrator, that the historical offering has closed, and that investors could withdraw their money or reinvest into the real estate offering.
Great.
Both Eric and Tom emphatically deny affiliation with Goliath Ventures or Christopher Delgado.
Sorry if I'm repeating itself, but I try not to. This blog here was been a real annoying one. I actually tried to cut out as much as I can so I didn't get the repetition. And unfortunately, I use ChatGPT a lot to write my information, and it doesn't do what I want.
I have incorporated those clarifications and denials into this investigation. Eric also rejects CofferZilla's characterization of the historical operation as a Ponzi scheme, describing that suggestion as extremely serious and inaccurate. His denial is recorded alongside CofferZilla's allegation, which remains CofferZilla's opinion and not a judicial or regulatory finding. But several important questions remain unresolved. Eric has not identified the external partners and managers responsible for the historical strategy. I have not received independently verifiable records substantiating the extraordinary historical performance, resolving the trading anomalies identified by CofferZilla, or explaining the circumstances surrounding the purported CPA review.
The CPA review is the most astounding. So here he is claiming that he's not responsible for the review or the information that he's using to get the sale over the line.
Most importantly, I still have not received independently verifiable evidence establishing the source of the historical investor returns and distributions. That is not something I intend to fill in with speculation. If Eric, Tom, the Onyx Reserve, Avesta or the underlying historical managers provide documentation answering those questions, I will review it and update this investigation where the evidence warrants it. The same standard applies if anything I have published is demonstrated to be factually wrong.
Yeah, we're not here to make up stories. We want the facts. We want you guys to be well informed. And if we've got it wrong, which I've rewritten this blog 3 or 4 times in the last week, trying to get it right. We've been researching this for 8 months. I've met with CofferZilla. He's told me face to face that his opinion is it's a scam. I've shook hands, with CofferZilla. I've been in his house. I've been in the studio. He told me to investigate this. He said because he's got overwhelming evidence. He did a quick video about it because, it's just ridiculous. Don't let these guys get away with your money.
I will correct it. That is what a right of reply is for. Eric and Tom have now exercised theirs. Their responses are part of the evidence. They do not replace the evidence still being requested.
Yep, and we are not going to let this go on and on. This is forever. When you search for Onyx Reserve, I can update this blog, but I might write another one. But there's nothing that's going to stop me removing this. And if you are watching my video, reach out to us and prove that you know where your money is with Onyx Reserve.
The evidence has to speak for itself. I began investigating the Onyx Reserve because Matt Burks appeared somewhere I didn't expect to find him. What followed led to Eric McNeil's historical investment claims, Randy Couture's undercover conversation, the unfinished Hindenburg research investigation, CofferZilla's findings and eventually Onyx's new signature estates real estate strategy. Since publishing this investigation, Eric McNeil and Tom Shields have both responded, and where they have provided factual clarification, I have updated the article.
Their response has established important distinctions. Hope I said that right.
Onyx says it had no affiliation with Goliath Ventures or Christopher Delgado. Eric says the historical strategy was a fund of funds arrangement, and that Onyx was not the underlying trader. Tom has clarified the meaning of the $21 million property figure, the 30 to 40% discount and the proposed $100 million fund too. Those clarifications deserve to be recorded.
But they do not answer everything. You can tell us something, but we want facts. We want documents. We don't want, hey bro, trust me.
The underlying managers responsible for the historical strategy have not been identified to me. The extraordinary performance Eric communicated to Randy Couture has not been independently substantiated to me. The apparent anomalies in the trading records examined by CofferZilla remain unexplained, as does the disputed CPA review.
Right. The most important question remains remarkably simple. What generated the historical investment returns? Because they're claiming that they can do 5 to 10% return on their investments per month. And also claiming that not only that they will pay 5% to anybody that refers money to them. $50,000 a year for $1 million paid monthly. I mean, what?
Eric says Avesta provided third-party administration, and that investors were able to withdraw or reinvest their funds. That is relevant information, but it does not independently establish where the profits used for distributions originated. I don't need to speculate beyond that. If the historical returns were genuine, the financial records can demonstrate it.
Yeah, now I'm just looking at what Susie said in the chat room there. If we go to Onyx Reserve and we search for the word Avesta, we've still got Vesta Fund. So they have got fund administration. So yes, it's still on their website. So why is that still on their website? Is that still relevant? I don't know. If demonstrating anomalies, let's have a look. Oh my goodness, now what have I done? Now what have I done? Ooh. Speculate that. Hopefully that's where we were. Oh, let's go. Let's go. We're nearly there, Danny. 5 hours. Oh my God. We've invested 500,000. This is the cheapest advice you ever get, really, isn't it?
If the historical returns were genuine, the financial records can demonstrate it. If the trading anomalies have an innocent explanation, the original records can demonstrate it. If Signature Estates owns the assets and produces the returns represented to investors, the property and financial records can demonstrate it. And if the current real estate strategy provides a greater control and transparency, Eric says Onyx wanted, that should be demonstrable too.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
CofferZilla has expressed his opinion that the historical operation was an obvious Ponzi scheme. Eric emphatically denies that characterization. There has been no judicial or regulatory finding establishing that Onyx operated a Ponzi scheme, and I am not presenting one.
That leaves the evidence.
That leaves the evidence. Luxury properties cannot replace it. Professional athletes cannot replace it. Celebrity relationships cannot replace it. Testimonials cannot replace it. And neither can assurances from the people managing the investment. The evidence has to speak for itself.
Right. And this is, we're down to the last section.
Eric McNeil and Tom Shields know the questions being asked. They have now responded, and their responses are included throughout this investigation. If they provide further independently verifiable evidence, I will examine it. Until then, I will continue doing what brought me into this story in the first place, following the people, following the claims, and above all, following the money.
Yeah, I just realised I've still got problems going down here. I'm never going to get this blog amendment. Financial, did that not have a... I see what's happened here. 1 minute, please, caller. Edit. And that should have a hashtag in front of it. Hashtag save. And now we save it. Oh my goodness, it never ends. I always wonder if I got my blogs. So that caused that error. So now what we need to do is go back to here. Hopefully refresh that. And when I click on the financial final amendment, boom, look at that. Can't do any better than that. Alrighty, so let's go and read what they said. So this is what they have officially said that I said I would publish, if they wrote back to me.
In the hours immediately preceding my scheduled the 21st of August, 2026, broadcast, I received further responses from both Tom Shields and Eric McNeil. Those responses arrived after the Onyx Reserve had already been provided with 2 detailed opportunities to respond, the first following Eric's approach to me in December 2025, and the second through my formal right of reply sent to Tom on the 16th of July 2026.
So here we go.
I have nevertheless treated their latest responses exactly as I would any other evidence. Where they corrected or clarified facts, I updated this investigation before going live.
I did. That's why I was late.
Tom clarified the meaning of the $21 million plus property figure, the advertised 30 to 40% discount and the proposed $100 million fund too. Eric clarified that the historical strategy was a fund of funds arrangement, said Onyx was not the underlying trader, identified Avesta as its third-party fund administrator, confirmed the previous offering has closed and reiterated that Onyx had no involvement with Goliath Ventures or Christopher Delgado.
Those statements are now reflected through this article. What their response have not provided is the independently verified financial evidence I've repeatedly sought. I've never got what I asked from them. It's just a bullshit company, guys. Get your asses out of there. Take your money out of Onyx Reserve. They're full of shit. I don't need to mince my words. I have not been given the identity to the underlying managers responsible for the historical trading strategy. Original records independently substantiating the extraordinary performance claims and explanation for the trading anomalies identified in the Hillenberg material examined by CoffeeZilla, or evidence resolving the disputed CPA review. Most importantly, I have not received independently verifiable evidence establishing what generated the historical returns and distributions. The timing of these responses does not make them valid, and I will not speculate about Eric and Tom's motive for responding when they did. But chronology matters. They had months to address their questions. Their decisions to respond shortly before publication does not lower the evidence standard. The late answer deserved the same consideration as an early one, and a claim made in response to an investigation requires the same validation as a claim made in an investor's presentation. I have therefore updated this investigation where the facts warranted, corrected while leaving the unresolved question exactly where they belong. On record, waiting for evidence. Look, guys, that is one of my biggest blogs to date. As I said, we started the Avengers. We started investigating them in midstream while we was investigating Goliath Ventures. I cannot stress enough, if you are an investor with Onyx Reserve and you have been on this website and you think this is some sort of magical investment opportunity that no one else in the world is hearing about, you have been fooled. This is my opinion, and I'm entitled to any opinion. I've given you the facts in writing, and you can use those. You can share this video with whoever you like. You can ring me up and ask me, or book some time with me. You can book an express chat with me on my website. It will cost you a little bit of money. That will help me and my research team continue doing what we do well. We're not here to profit from your losses, but we're here to wave the red flags in your face. We want you to feel the breeze coming off these red flags when we do these presentations. What is my motive? Why would I stick my neck out for you guys? Look, I watch these guys wearing these tight suits. They don't have socks. They drive around in Lamborghinis. They don't actually have anything. They are just, they're just there to use lifestyle marketing to actually come after your money, your future, to line their pockets, to keep their lifestyle going. The only reason they have these flashy lifestyles so you don't question and ask the hard questions. Well, I'm here asking the hard questions, and they're not answering them. If an investigative journalist that took down a $425 million Ponzi scheme in Florida can't ask the hard questions to somebody that's been getting advice from the same person that was doing an audit. Now, Goliath Ventures were told by Matt Burks that in 2024 or 2025, that investors' funds always remained at 115%. So they were telling everybody that all money that was invested was 115% available at any time for any investor. Matt Burks gave that advice to everyone that was associated with Goliath Ventures. Now, the same guy is now was associated with the Onyx Reserve, and they didn't even know of his background. If they're hiring people like Matt Burks to be operations manager, if they're using people like Black Block, not to be mistaken as Black Rock, to do their audits, what is going on? If your company gets it so wrong and hires the wrong people to be in their company, if they can't answer basic questions, then what the hell's going on? Who do these guys think they are? These are bottom feeders on the planet. They're not nice people. They might look you in the eye and shake your hand, give you peace of mind, tell you don't listen to that guy. Christopher moved into a $8.5 million house. The first thing he did, he put me up on the big screen and they laughed at me. I said, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. We're not worried about him. 2 weeks later, they offered me $150,000 to take down my videos and write a Dear John letter to say, I'm sorry, I was misinformed. Months later, they staked out my neighborhood, found out where I lived, knocked on my door, offering me a better deal. I said, only if I can record it. They said, oh no, we can't put this one on camera. So I walked them off the property, said everything that they probably never heard before. Right in their faces. Get out of it. I'm not intimidated by you guys. Sue me. Go on ahead. Sue me and tell me where I've got this wrong. But don't put your money into Onyx Reserve because you will lose every cent. All the cars will be leased. All the houses will have mortgages on them. All the Rolex watches will be worth nothing. These guys will be running away to Dubai to hide. Christopher went to Dubai. He was too scared to get out of the apartment. Christopher Delgado was too scared to get out of the apartment. He was with his wife, Andy, because they were scared that they were going to get arrested and have to spend jail time in Dubai. Then Christopher was interviewed by Darlene Jones just the other day. Interviewed for 7 hours. I've got all the transcripts of all the videos. He stated that 99.9% of people were invested within America. Well, just 2 days ago, we found out that there was 274 investors in other countries. Cambodia, Poland. Well, I didn't say Poland, but we know there's one in Poland. But 275 investors from other countries. These guys just make up shit. And if you want to believe shit, then deal with these guys and you deserve to lose your money. No one deserves to lose their money. Don't trust your friend. Don't trust somebody else that's done your due diligence. Reach out to the Avengers, the AAA, the Avenger Anti-Fraud Alliance. We will show you that they have not got your money. They won't have your money sitting there. All these people that invested in Onyx Reserve, you're telling me there's a big pile of money? Are you telling me that they are claiming that they have made 100% profit for 4 years in a row? Wake up. Smell the coffee. That's me today. I'm Danny DeHeck, and my Avengers will continue investigating anything that looks a bit shady to protect you from being at the bottom of the cliff. We don't want to help you at the bottom of the cliff. We're up the top of the cliff warning people. We're in the trenches with the people who are running these scams, going face to face. We're in battle. There's so much financial scams going on at the moment. Don't be a victim. Become an Avenger and help us investigate these things. Reach out to me if you ever want to talk to me. I'm fully available. Dehek.com. DEHEK.com. See you in the next video, guys.
100% return. $100 million fund. Big numbers, big names, big promises. But I learned something from Goliath. When the story sounds incredible, you don't follow the story. You follow the money. They came into the picture when Goliath hit my screen, talking due diligence, wanting to know what I had seen. They said they pulled a name away until the facts were clear. But now I'm looking at Onyx, and the questions landed here. Capital culture, passive wealth, venture deals and real estate, a polished world of opportunity. But evidence can't wait. You can put success in photographs, put confidence on display. But when somebody talks in millions, I've got questions anyway. Don't show me the lifestyle, don't show me the car, don't tell me who you know or how successful you are. Show me the structure, show me the books, Show me where the money goes, then we'll take another look. 100%. Show me the money. $100 million fund. Show me the money. Eric McNeil, Tom Shields, I'm asking what investors should. Where does it come from? Where does it go? Who's independently checking the show? Big claims need evidence, that's how it has to be. Don't sell me credibility, show me transparency. Then CoffeeZilla pulled a thread, another story hit the light. A UFC fighter in the picture and numbers that didn't sit right. So I went back through the material, presentations, claims and names, looking past the personalities, looking underneath the frame. Because credibility is powerful when reputation leads the way. Famous faces open doors before the documents have their say. But association isn't proof and confidence isn't fact. So every extraordinary promise needs extraordinary backing attached. Who holds the capital? Who audits the return? What happens when the market falls? How much can investors burn? What entity takes the money? What regulations apply? Those aren't attacks, they're questions any investor should ask. Why? 100%! Show me the money! $100 million fund! Show me the money! Eric McNeil, Tom Shields, I'm asking what investors should. Where does it come from? Where does it go? Who's independently checking the show? Big claims need evidence, that's how it has to be. Don't sell me credibility, show me transparency. I've been here before. Goliath had the confidence, Goliath had the promoters, Goliath had people telling investors everything was gonna be fine. And when I called it a Ponzi scheme, they sued me. But lawsuits don't rewrite evidence, and neither does silence. So I sent the questions, then I sent them again. A writer reply, twice. Because investigations aren't about deciding the ending before you begin. They're about giving the evidence every opportunity to speak. No accusation replaces proof. No photograph replaces books. No famous name replaces due diligence. No promise replaces risk. And silence doesn't prove a crime, but it doesn't answer the questions either. 100%! Show me the money! $100 million fund! Show me the money! Eric McNeil, Tom Shields, the questions haven't gone away. Put the documents on the table, let the evidence have its say. Strip away the lifestyle, strip away the show, strip away the famous names. Now tell me what we know. Where does it come from? Where does it go? Who verifies the numbers before investors let it go? You can build $1 million story, but there's one thing you can't fake. When the evidence has to speak for itself, how much noise would a silence make? 100%, 100 million, 2 rights of reply, and one question: where's the evidence?